the other platform I cannot name. And we're going to get back to work here. You monster. I don't know why I said Natalie too, because Natalia, I remember having the conversation about how that's just the greatest name ever, as far as it's like, it's a hubba hubba name. I remember saying that, and then I just remember it differently. Can I send the link? Yeah, go for it. Anyway, so we're back at it. So what we're going to do is now we're working on, we're going to work on some fir trees, and we're going to have, we're going to try and just quickly generate one of these with like branches that are shooting straight out. And the reason why we're just doing this instead of working on procedural generation is that's a rabbit hole. So we're going to avoid that rabbit hole. We're going to jump over it. And it's something that we can pursue later once we know that we have what we want. But there's also some possibilities. I was talking to Second Favorite about this as well. About how to procedurally generate stuff. And he was mentioning some tools, and there's some Blender like add-ons or something that we could possibly use. It's possible we can still use the existing ones, and if it's a Blender is all Python, right? So if it's Python code, I could probably look at it and adjust it to do what I need it to do. It might be possible to do that. It's all over Reddit. Oh, geez. That's where it really counts, is Reddit. Okay. So we're going over to our horrific tree procedural generation. And we're going to reset it up so that we end up with a single long pole going straight up. And then we're just going to pop off branches going out, slowly getting shorter as they move up. Same thing in Engine. I was just going to make Blender geometry nodes. So when you say geometry nodes, you just mean like the pieces that would be put together to make the tree? Is that what you're talking about? Here we go. Uh-oh. Don't be porn. Don't be porn. Oh, is this well, the guy who's doing Road to what is it? Road to Volstov or what is it? Road to Volstov? Vol something? That guy is doing some amazing stuff. I'm sorry it looks like mud. My internet is really bad where I am in this back area. And if I stream too much video, it'll take the stream down. Here we go. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Although the foliage looks a little weak. Hang on, let me go back. Oh, there we go. It's more convincing looking up than down. And with the I'm going to let this buffer cuz my internet is just horrible. I'll let that buffer for a little bit. Might as well write it in GScript. I'm with you on that. Somehow I missed the follow. San Sepple, thank you for the follow. By the way, let me do a shout out. I got to do a shout out to Captain Coder, who I would say, if there's anyone out there, okay, we have people that are sort of in Mr. Rogers territory. The shout out didn't work. I don't have a custom one. I gotta resolve that. But I think Captain Coder falls under the Happy Little Tree category of good streamers. Wasn't that all made up, Doddle? I thought that was all nonsense. The Bob Ross, Captain Ross, 100%. Just the best teacher of things on the internet when it comes to software development and everything. One of the best. I did it again. God damn it. You know what it is? I don't know why I'm doing that with Slater and Dottle. God bless it, America. It's the color. I go by colors. No, they're different colors too. I don't know why I'm doing that with you two. He's an old man. This is 100% true. This looks great. Yeah, this is wild. Of course, the thing about this too, here's what I'll say about this, is it depends on, like, could you create the same scene on Unreal and the performance be like 10 times better? Probably. Like, I don't know that Godot is very performant as a graphical, like, powerhouse. I know that some of the lighting costs are higher in Godot for the same things, and some are cheaper. But this is cool. You got the tree swaying. This is amazing. Look at the overexposure. It looks cool when that happens. Yeah, this is wild. A lot of this, if you're using the same meshes for everything, certain things get a lot cheaper too. Same. It looks amazing. Y'all settle down. I know. Yeah. It's convincing though. It's what it needs to be. That's the trick with anything when you're doing this stuff is that's one of the reasons why I watch like movie special effects stuff, is because a lot of the techniques and approaches they use for that are the same things that you kind of think about and do when you're trying to make something convincing in games, but not like not true realism. I like in between, stylized but not low poly. Right. Yeah. I think for this game too, to sell certain things, we have to exaggerate, and in doing that, you're moving away from realism anyways. Slater. Cricket's old. You did say that, Slater. I'm such an idiot. In real life, if I have two very close friends and their last names end in the same vowel, in the same syllable sound, I will flip them around just automatically, which is why it's especially confusing that I'm doing that with Dottle and Slater, because they're in no way connected like that, because that's usually when I do that. So I don't understand why. All right, going back to the tree generation, let's go ahead and try and get that going. So we have this is the system that generates that tree that you're seeing here. So this is it. We have a bunch of variables here that we can change that will change the outcome of. Well, that was just projectile vomit on the stream. Speaking of being an old man, Jesus Christ, that was like a grandpa noise. Oh my God. You've confused. I know. I don't know why I'm doing it. So we have growth over time. As you can see, just like in real life, growth over time goes down. And then we have a probability curve, which is the higher along a branch we travel, the probability of a branch coming off. So the further along a branch we travel, that's the chance of a branch appearing. And then we have, what else do we have? We have the age that we scale things down at. We have how many rungs we divide by, and we have a starting length and a shrinking length. And then we have a branch age thickness curve, which we're not using just yet. And so based on the age of the tree, the older it is, the thicker it is, and then the younger it is, the less thick it would be. So if we're to probably put this on the majority of trees, it would look something like this probably, where the really old stuff gets real fat, right? And then it, as it's as it has to kind of project forward and grow, it stays lean and thin. I'm regretting my username. Mm. All right. So what we'll do. That's good. That's good, Em. What we're going to do is we're going to change the algorithm for create a branch. What we'll do is we'll call this create a branch old, just so we don't lose this one. This is more of like an oak tree path that I was going down to. So this was like, yeah, this was more oak tree-ish. So we're going to copy the same thing and we'll put it right here. And then we're just going to adjust it so that it's more fir-like. So how about we call it create fir branch or create evergreen? Create evergreen branch. We don't need this to be super fancy. We just need to get it going. The key reason why we're doing this at all is so that we can then procedurally insert the joints, which is the key to all of this. If we can get the joints working, because they're a funnier character than we've ever had before. And so if we can get the joints working, yeah, we're unusually warm this season and unusually dry. Makes me think we're going to have a really hot summer too. That's the crazy thing. I live in a place that gets like, 0 Celsius and below. And that at the same time, we're in the like 50, what is it, 50? I don't know them in I only know them in freedom units. So, like 107 in Celsius. So we're like 41. So it can get pretty hot here too. I just hate that it won't get above freezing for like a week. Is it usually warmer than that during this time of year for you, Em? Because once we hit late December, our temperatures are generally freezing and below until a while. Okay, so we need straight poles, and we really need to just come off of one thing. So let's think about this. Let's get the branches going up first. So I think I can do this in a really dumb way. But the main thing is as we go up the height of our tree, we shrink the pole. So this is where we subdivide the rungs. Or we divide rungs. God bless. There we go. Divide rungs. And then this is where we rotate everything. And then we branch out. And so one of the key things is that our angle is going to be 0. So we don't worry about the angle. We're going to shoot straight out. So that's a major change right there. And I think the other thing too is we're only gonna recurse once. So I'm think what happens on a fir tree? Is a fir tree constantly dropping branches? Cuz or so we're going to go up. And I think as we get higher, we're going to need to shrink our size. So let's just make a quick curve for the excuse me. Well, I suppose what we can do is as we're traveling up, the age is changing. Okay, I think I'm going to do this even dumber. We're not going to recurse. We'll have one thing that says create evergreen branch, and then we'll have another one that's create evergreen trunk. And that'll be that. And so then we'll loop here based on probability per rung, and then we'll say create evergreen branch. Okay. And so then over here we'll have our evergreen branch thing, create evergreen branch. Booyah. Void. And then it's going to use the same as here. You know, I never realized I was so thin-skinned until recently. As far as my brain just takes things and turns them into criticisms when they're not. I think that's true for a lot of people, though. Oh, it's hard. The whole thing about streaming, too, is it's completely one-sided, where you're reading things as well. Over chat, it's extra tough. Yeah. Yeah, Calvin loves the snow, too. He's just... he's just... Well, I'll be honest, it's kind of hard when... What was it yesterday? Nathir was like, I had a friend just like you, and I couldn't stand him. So I broke off the relationship. And I feel so good. He's gone out of my life forever. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to process that? What do I take? How do I take that? I don't know. I got to talk to him. I got to be like, what were you? What? No, I'm kind of exaggerating the last part. All right. But it was essentially that. It was like, yeah, I had a friend, he was a guy, and I couldn't stand him. He reminds me of you, exactly. I was like, oh, okay. I think you text the person every about 6 months or so just to be annoying. No, 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 no. I shouldn't have even. I shouldn't have even mentioned that. I should have just said somebody. Somebody. I'm sure. I'm sure it made sense, though. I'm sure it made sense. I um. No, I mean it's hard. It's hard streaming too from a creative standpoint. It's I think that's the hardest part. Is you're already as a creative, you're already kind of full of doubt in a lot of ways, where you might have a strong vision and then you expose it to people and then it's like, oh, never mind, that's not working the way I wanted it to or whatever. But when you're exposing the creative process, it's especially bad because if a non-creative is watching you who hasn't gone through that process themselves necessarily, they might not understand that it's like a candle in the wind, just like Princess Diana. And so you have to like protect it and like let it kind of kindle something. And so seeing the early creative process especially is a lot of people don't understand. Like they can look at an amazing sketch of like the human form or something, and then if you're just watching the very beginning, like, oh, you don't know how to draw. And it's like, well, hang on a second. Like, I'm not like, this is the very beginning of the drawing. Like, just there's nothing there. It doesn't look good. No, 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 no. Donald, no, no, no. I shouldn't have even said anything. I shouldn't have said anything. No, 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 no. Please don't do that. That's like against my own thing. That's my one axiom for the chat. I'm just using that as like sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes there's that relationship between. It's one-sided. The streamer always has the advantage when it comes to chat. And so the potential of like turning against somebody or using a group of people against somebody as a streamer is very strong. Like even unintentionally. He'll be here today, I'm sure. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I mean, the other thing is like if I'm, you know, I hang out with my friends or whatever and stuff and I'm not. If people don't realize that when you're streaming, you're kind of one thing, and when you're in real life, you're kind of another, then, I mean, that's, whatever. Okay, so we have, but I'm sure even he knows that, right? So I'm not saying he doesn't, but it is. Are you? Oh, should I hide the camera? I'm just trying to grab something. Okay, hang on. I don't want you guys to see my. I know, but the towel could fall. You could just fall forward, and then boobies are out, and then, sure you do. You guys don't get a free peep show here. Okay, we're back. Turn back on, coward. No. Hang on, hiding it again. It's fine. I just have okay. Okay, she's clothed. Okay, so we're gonna have a big tall tree going up. Create evergreen. Biggins magazine was Al Bundy's favorite. Fact. Biggins magazine was Al Bundy's favorite. Fact. Al Bundy was a fictional character on Married with Children. Fact. I wonder if I could relate. I never could relate. Like Married with Children, I never understood. I don't know if I was too young or something. I can either deliver facts or attack you personally. Fact. I can either attack you or deliver facts. Fact. Branch probability curve. Ceiling. We don't have a ceiling. Curve sample. We could do it from height. I don't know. We'll just I don't know. We could use our Y height. It's pretty consistent here, so we'll say it's a 50-50. Somewhere over 50%. Okay. Okay, and this is where we create the branch. And we have to figure out our length. Okay, let's ignore the branch creation right now. We just got to get the pole looking right. Let's see. We're going to go up. As we're going up, we adjust our width. Branch thickness curve. Okay, let's build that out. Branch age thickness curve. Oh, Mosquito. Jesus, thank you for the gifted subs. Varagninbod got one as well, which is nice to see. Hopefully I'm saying that close to right. No problem. Watch the stream during the entire development of Beef. Had a good time hanging out with you. Nice. How did that go? Am I mistaken? Was that the one that got featured on Itch and everything?
Shut up and take my money.
It went okay. First Steam game. Oh, second. Oh my god. The thing is happening. The hype thing. Thank you, second favorite. Got featured on It. Might have been Beef Classic. I haven't checked Itch in a while. Okay. But I played it on stream. Yeah, I did. I played it twice, right? I feel like I played it twice. Branch age, thickness curve. Could do branch height, thickness curve. All right, what do we end up with right now when we hit generate tree? Okay, we have a pole. Let's move our length up. How tall can a fir tree get, guys? Let's see. 40 to 70 meters.
Shut up and take my money.
60 meters generally. So starting length is 60. And we generate Okay, there's the height of our fir tree. Dear God, it's beautiful. Another one from Jacob. Oh my God. I think the last time you and Vimlark played, I was like, oh, I just need to add content. This is done. Dude, that's why the playtesting stuff is so important. Seeing somebody play your game is so important. I'm a furry now. I didn't want to be left out. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, second favorite. Thank you, Meliskio. Doing my part with the cheer. All right. I don't know what that means. What the hell's going on? What is all this? Cricket, have you played the South Park games? Which one? There's been a billion. The first, I remember playing the Snowball one in the 64. That was awful. I remember my friend bought it. Oh, Lunesta bought it. I have never seen such disappointment. I believe Lunesta bought it. And and he was so sad. Do you mean the RPG ones, Doddle? Getting the game playtested on Twitch is absolutely huge. It's so helpful. It's so helpful. Okay, so all we need to do now is, as we go up the length of the tree, we shrink the rungs. Now, the way that I think we can do this using the algorithm is to change the age of the rung as it goes up, which actually makes sense for a tree. But interestingly, as we scale the tree, so the mesh bottom thing here, so we need some age scale. So we scale age, but we need, it's not this. It is to scale scale age of branch or something. Scale age length. That's another curve. I'm just turning into a curve fiend. Jesus, you guys. I really appreciate all that. I don't know, dudes. I don't think I can, like, I think I love my community and all that stuff, and I don't think that I can handle growth. I'll be honest about that. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like I'm too I think I am revealing a sensitivity that prior had been unrevealed to even myself, I suppose. So do we do a curve or should we just do a linear plot thing? Because we could just make it linear, or we could do that. Yeah, let's do that. That looks for a curve. Truth and Fractured But Whole. I have them. I got them for free. I have not played them. I started to play them. One of them. I know they're really good. They're actually like legitimately good games, and they I think they present the world of South Park. The art style is like on point, and surprisingly works. And it makes you wonder, like on the 64, why didn't they go with billboarded? Like, why didn't they just billboard sprites and just do that instead of the route that they went, which was to create 3D models and just try like I still think South Park manages to stay fresh. And I think there's been I don't know. I think it's kind of like, I think it's a bit like SNL. Like everyone has their season of South Park from when they were young. That's the best one, you know? Okay, scale, age, curve, length. So then I guess what we can do is if we know our overall length, we can use this to travel the curve. So then all we need to do is determine what our current length is that we're at, and then that's what we'll use to determine the radius of the thing. And so maybe we'll get rid of scale age for now. But I guess that's changing the age of the thing, and then we're applying the scale to it. So we apply it to age. So then it would be length. So how would we make sure that we start here? Because we'd actually want to be at 1 when we move up this. Even this is not necessary, and I realize that I can do this a different way. But I do need to know, I guess if we knew how many we would have, I could know how much to divide by to get it to be like a little point on the top. Oh, also we have this issue of climbing this, which we haven't even tackled yet. We'll get there. Radius. All right, I'm going to cheat. We're not going to use any of that stuff. We're going to go with age and where we are on our count from the ceiling. Okay, so then this divided by this. So initially it'll be 0, right? So we would want to subtract count from ceiling. And then that would give us radius. So that it's actually as simple as that. So ceiling minus count. I think that would do it. Let's see. Yes, okay. Now we have some Mayan temple. So now what we have to do is we've got to scale it between something. And lo and behold, we have this here, right? So now we have this curve that we can push everything into. So let's just say we're going to cheat for now. Max domain, we're going to increase max domain. Maximum meter at the bottom, we're going to say is 1, which is this number here. And then we're going to shrink the meters as we go up. Speaking of nips, it's very Madonna. Very Madonna in the 90s. Because we are living. All right. Do, 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 do. Everything I look at reminds me of her. So then we would take this number and we would divide it by ceiling. Now, this would mean we go, let's do the math here because I never remember what side to do the division on. So let's say we're 0.5. Or let's say we're, our ceiling is 20 and we have 10. Should get 0.5. Now, so it's on the other side. So then we put the ceiling, we put this over here and then we divide by ceiling. Now, PIMDAS says plus parentheses, exponents, multiplication. So then we need to put this in parentheses in order for this to do it in the order we want it to do it in. Okay. And we can switch things around with multiplication or something like that too, I believe. But let's try it again. Generate tree. There we go. So now we have a, whoop, but we're not going up. Why not? Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I don't know. Why does anyone watch me? Why does that happen? Yeah, I got kind of, it was Christmas that I got the most bummed out about. Where I realized it was like, because my mom's passed and it's like there's nobody but me and the kids. And we don't have any like family unit besides just us as parents. And I don't know, that kind of interesting. All right, so 60. So let's say did I do it backwards? 58 divided by 60. Yeah, that's right. So that should be our radius. Let's confirm that we're getting something like that when we do this. Let's see. Post. Run it out. Clear. Generate. I know why. Because we're not dealing with integers. Ceiling should be a float. Or we're dealing with ints. Ceiling should be a float. There we go. All right. So now we're going up. Here's our fir tree, little tippity top. Obviously, there's a bunch wrong with this, but we don't care. We just want something furish. Okay, so now we just got to do the branches. So let's do that. So now we travel around it, and we have the varying heights of the branch. So we can use the radius as a modifier for that. So that's a number between 1 and 0. And we can multiply for a length of each of the branches that we're going to add. And so, and then for the branches, we need to use the same, all of this stuff. No, it's not paranoia. No, I kind of like imagine like if I was well adjusted. If I was well adjusted, I'm like, would I? Now I'm insulting my entire audience. Oh God, Tuber Tugger, thanks for the follow. I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's funny because I see like I've said this before, but I see like surfer and skateboarder personalities. I'm just so fudging jealous. I'm just like, man, I wish I could just be that chill in my personality and everything like that. And sometimes I just don't roll that way. Someone gifted me a sub, so I should at least follow. Tuber Tugger, thank you. Real dude, don't question our love. Yeah. No, you know, I have made an effort to just talk to people more in public. Thanks. Thanks, Tuber. That's good advice. By the way, if you guys haven't watched Just Friends, it's a great holiday movie, and I think it's hilarious. But if you're not a Ryan Reynolds fan, I can understand skipping it. So, because it's him. He's one of the main guys in it. So that famous gif of the "but why" thing, where he's in a dentist's office and he says "but why." That's
What the dog doing?
That's straight out of that movie. What is the dog doing? What are all dogs doing right now? Have you guys read, first of all, if you haven't read the 101 Dalmatians, it's a great book. It is just such a good book. So I recommend reading that book, especially if you have little ones. It's a good nighttime storybook. If you haven't read it, it's fantastic. Second, after you read the 101 Dalmatians, read its sequel, which is the most acid trip book you will ever read. Is it just the part where Cruella de Vil skins the dogs? No, but they don't. The book doesn't shy around with the fact that she's the devil, like incarnate. But the second book is bizarre. I am not making this up. read a
the
Dalmatian
dog
called
doing?
101 Books. The second 101 Dalmatians book is called The Starlight Express or something like that. And it is a 1960s anti-bomb, nuclear bomb screed from the author. But it's also, it's like the dogs wake up. It's Inception. It's the movie Inception as well. The dogs wake up and all the humans are asleep and they don't know why. And then they discover that if they just think about it, they can fly. And they can sort of like, they call it swooshing. And they can like swoosh through the sky. And a voice tells them, they can telepathically communicate as well. Some of them. And a voice tells them to go to London. And so all of the dogs in the area go to London. And they have this big thing, and it's a big conference and everything, and it's basically like the UN. They go to some sort of building too, and that's anyways. So they go there, and it turns out that the star Sirius, the star dog, the Sirius star, is calling them to come to this place, and they all arrive there, and that Sirius gives them a proposition, and says, if you have a choice, humans are going to destroy themselves with bombs. Like, it's going to happen. You can leave here and join me in safety, and they'll never remember dogs ever having existed. And or you stay, risking your life, knowing that they could destroy themselves. And so that's the big like thing that it leads towards. This is upsetting, Tina. It's a bizarre book. There's like even more bizarre things in it too. But yeah, all the humans are asleep so that they can make this decision. She's sitting here barking her head off. She's like, "No, I don't want to. It's impossible." It is a wild book though. And then all the dogs are like, "F that, let's go to Sirius." But it's such a bizarre book from the first one. And I think the author knew that because of the success of the films, because I believe the second one was written after the film had come out. And so I think she was like, I have a platform now and I'm going to use it. And so I think that's what she was thinking. But the first book is so charming and it's so good. And anytime I read it, I'm just like, dang it, this is the movie that this is like, if they were to do live action, the original book is so good. It's got this like sweetness to it. It's wonderful. Oh, and then the other thing is it's got the original art. This is the other crazy thing is there's like 2 editions, and the one with the original art is so much better. Was there different art in the 101 Dalmatian books? Or was there ones where they just didn't show the art? The 100?
Yeah, now, like new releases are
Hmm.
they have different.
Can you go? Do you know where the book is?
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm going to share it with everybody. Okay. All right. So possible branches per rung, branch probability, all this stuff. Okay. So then we need to do something like what we were doing here.
Copy we have that has the original art.
Okay.
The copy we have doesn't have. It only has a couple of the pictures.
You should read this to Odie.
I was just thinking about that in Alice in Wonderland. Like maybe starting on some longer books.
Look at this. Look at this. Hang on. Look at this. Look at this cute little. Oh, is it going to be all bleached out? Ah, you guys can't see it. Is that showing up at all for you? It's so cute. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that adorable? Hang on. This is our copy. It's all fettered and worn. It's the only one we have that has the artwork in it. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that wonderful? Oh, and then they gender swapped the cat
Tibbs.
Tibbs in the movie because Tibbs was a girl.
Mm-hmm. And she was a total bad.
And, yeah, and she was a badass. Oh, and the sweet old man thing.
Yeah. It's a wonderful book. Just read it to them.
Okay, chapter 1. Here we go. The 101 Dalmatians.
You could just like read it for a day.
Not long ago, there lived in London a young married couple of Dalmatian dogs named Pongo and Mrs. Pongo. Mrs. had added Pongo's name to her own in their marriage, but was still called Mrs. by most people. They were lucky enough to own a young married couple of humans named Mr. and Mrs. Dearly, who were gentle, obedient, and unusually intelligent, almost canine at times. They understood quite a number of barks. The barks for out please, in please, hurry up with my dinner, and what about a walk? And even when they... Okay, I'll stop. Anyways, it's great. It's great. Okay. It's probably your favorite book. Okay. Rigid body. All right, here, boys and girls. We're almost there. God, I'm such an idiot. Okay. So for the branch stuff, let's use... Read the original Peter Pan, not just the kids. Okay, I'll do that. It's pretty morbid. Well, yeah, because he's kind of a villainous character, right? He's a little bit like the Pied Piper. Okay, so let's pass for age. See, this is where things get weird. Peter Pan's a dick. He's a child, though, right? Yeah. Like he never grows up, so he thinks in a very childish way and selfishness and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely read it. I started to read it a while ago, but there was so much Englishisms in it that my kids couldn't even understand what I was saying. Man, speaking of that, Beatrix Potter's stuff is Too Bad Mice is my favorite Beatrix Potter, but dang, her stuff has such like terms of phrase and stuff that I don't understand. I don't know. Oftentimes I'm reading her stuff and I'm like, I have no idea what this even means. Create the branch. Let's just say that we're going to pass this value to the for length. And then okay, so we're almost there. So then we have our radius, and here we're using our ceiling, and this is for what? How far out we are going. Bottom radius. So we have length. Length is used where? That's, yep, that's length. That's right. Ceiling, count, ceiling. So we get ceiling from length. Okay. Then we add a bunch of mesh stuff. And we divide the rungs. And then we do this rotation thing, which we don't need to worry about. We don't have to do this. Transform, rotate. We don't do any of that. Global position is on the original. Transform. Then we use the last body. So we don't need to do this. My 4-year-old can almost count to 100, guys. Getting to 20 is the key to all that. Okay. So now we're just kind of, so we do need to pass an angle. It needs to be 90 degrees. And our size is all wrong, but we're getting there. 90. Let's do it again. Generate tree. Negative Ghost Rider. So that means I need to do those transforms that we were talking about that I got rid of. So we do need to do the transform. At least. Do that, and then we do 90. Let's confirm, though, first, because now we're introducing the transform stuff again. Okay, so there's that. Ceiling, 90 degrees. Go like that. Generate. Okay. Why doth we still... Is it 180? Why doth we flip around so? Why does she vex me so? Translated angle. Oh, it has to be in wow, no wonder that was doing that. This needs to be rad to degree. 180 is maybe it is 180. It should be 90 degrees is a right angle. Why doth we angle, and then there's rotation, right? We're rotating back. This should be up. Rotation Y is random. I don't know. We'll try this. We're almost there. Forward? It wouldn't matter. Transform is rotated. Forward. Angle. None of this should matter. Why are we pointing out so? Why are we pointing out so? Rigid body, transform, rotated. Do we need the basis? Do we transform? Maybe I can fix the rotation Z to just be angle. Or rather, we know that it would be 90. What if I just fix it like this? Again, why are we pointing? I think it's because we have to do, this has to be, I know what's going on. I know. We need to translate or rotate again. So we're going to rotate here. So transform. This is rotated around. So we'll do this first. rigid body, transform, rotated, vector 3 up. So around the Y, we're going to pick a random direction. And then we're going to pick 90 degree on the Z. We're going to rotate ourselves 90 degree on the Z. Okay. Now we're all facing the same way. Fog. Rotate up. Random. Do we even need this? Hang on a second. I don't think we need that. Now we're just... Okay, I think I know what's going on. Let's check the... Let's check out one of these bad boys. And my guess is we're going to be rotated nowhere here. Nowhere here. So if we rotate it along the Y, that's not what we want. We want this to be 90 degrees. And then a random Y rotation. Okay? Why doth you... Why do you hate me? Why? So let's go back over here. Dude, this is math, man. It's a math, man. Ski puppy poo pop. Papa pooty pop papa pooty pop. I have an iPhone. How do you even tell? I'm rocking. I used to care so much. $11. I'm rocking an iPhone 11, everybody. Judge me. I think it's 7, 8 years old, something like that. Ski pop up doo pop. So if we have a random direction here and we're rotated 90, this should be fine. Okay. So what the hell's our problem? What is our problem, mate? So we're going to say transform Z. And then we just want the angle. Rotation. Is this not firing? I wonder if that's part of the problem. I'm guessing that this is not firing. Let's see. We'll do a break here. Or we'll say angle me. Print. Angle me, daddy. All right, let's try it again. Ski pop up doo pop. Pop up doo pop. Skitty ski pop up doo pop. So we're all angling me. If we look at the transform, bro. Oh, we have the wrong transform selected. Felt like I was losing my mind. Okay. So I think that... Oh, now we're not rad to degreeing. So that's part of our problem. Okay. Still looking jank. Transform. So weird. 90. Perfect. Perfect. Do 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 do. Do 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 ba 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 do 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 do. Do 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 boom bum ba dum boom 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 boo do do boo 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 do do boo 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 boo. Pi divided by 2 should get us what we want. If I'm doing something wrong, So that's right. Oh, wait. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We got it. Okay. So that works. That works. Okay, we're golden. So now we need to project the branches out. Also, we're noticing the branches are thick. Damn, them thick branches. So we want to adjust the thickness of the branches. Damn. These branches are thick. Ceiling. So they're like a meter. All right. So we want to do, they need to get less thick over heights. So we got to figure that out. But for now, we need to, just in general, they're way too thick. So as we travel the length, so our count. So let's think about this. So we're getting a number between 0 and 1 here for the radius. We want it to be less than that. And we want it to be less than that more as we travel up. But it is 0 to 1, so we're fine on that. So all we need to do is figure out how much less, right? So let's just divide by 4. And also we're noticing that we probably need more branches than what we're generating. So what is our thickness? Rigid body. So the early ones are down here. Okay. So then we just need to make a bunch of them. So we're almost there. Almost there. Now what's our ceiling look like? What are we looking like here? Ceiling. Nothing more than ceilings. Print. Clear. Generate. We're looking at 1. Ceiling comes from length. Length. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So let's say length times some amount. So let's just say 10. All right, we're hacking this together, guys. This is a disaster. There we go. Okay, so now we have branches coming out. Obviously, some jank going on here. They look more correct down at the bottom, and I think I know why. Because we're actually growing in size as we get higher up. Should be the other way around, right? Or rather, I don't think we're growing so much as we're reducing the number. So the width of our thingy should be smaller. Lunesta. Hey, Lunesta. I had a quick question. I was talking about you earlier. Did you buy the Nintendo 64 South Park game? I distinctly remember being with you when you opened it and played it and being extremely disappointed. And I felt like you had bought it, not rented. Is this accurate? I'm surprised I haven't accidentally said Lunesta's real name. I don't think that was me. That was totally you. 100% you. Did you have a 64? How did this happen? Would you have bought a 64 game to play on someone else's? I couldn't afford video games. Except for except for the Final Fantasy VII incident. I distinctly remember that being a a big thing, but I don't remember the details. Except for Final Fantasy VII. Except for 7. I was okay with 7. God, who was that then? It wasn't you. I guess it must have been. God, we need code names for friends. I think I know who it was. I don't remember them owning a 64 though. Everyone was hard on for the PS1, and I was the 64 stan. Yeah, but I don't think it was him. I don't remember him having a 64. I think he went with the PS1. I know I know Brandon had a he had a God, what was it? He had a 64, right? Didn't he? No, the wrestling. I remember playing all the wrestling stuff with Trevor. I'm gonna ask him. Okay. I haven't talked to him in so long. I feel shame. I honestly do. All right. Okay, so we need more branches so we can get that going. So let's increase the probability of the branches happen. And then we have the branch probability curve here. So we can bump this up in general just to kind of bump the chance of having a branch. And generate the tree. Okay, so we're looking more and more like something. Okay. So I think we just need the chance of there being a tree to be even more. Possible branches per rung. Let's just increase that to 6 so we're rolling multiple times. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Let's slide the probability. Create evergreen branch. That's not what we care about. Probability ceiling. So we're sampling the curve. Branch probability curve sample. So I think we just need to increase the number of branches. Possible branches on rungs. That's about it. And I guess it should be higher depending on the but this gives us something. So then we just need to deal with the thickness as we get to the top. Are you down with the thickness? Come on, get down with the thickness. Okay. This works for a starting point. So the other thing, here's the funny thing. If you guys want to see something wild? Just to keep the chat entertained here. If we add a static body at the bottom, a static camera, bring the camera out. There's our tree. Pan it up a little bit. Maybe zoom out. Okay. And then we just need a static body. God, my son is going to kill himself if he's not careful. Let's throw this all in a node, and then we'll save it so we can instantiate it onto the scene when we need it. Static body camera, put this here. And then we need the ground. So we add collision body. So the whole tree is just going to fall apart as if all branches have been cut right in that moment. So we say 1,000, 100, 1,000, transform -50. And now we have ground. There we go. So there's our ground. So if we run the scene, I believe everything's just going to fall, right? Or we see nothing. Why do we see nothing? Let's run it again. Guys, any idea why we're seeing nothing? Current on. Oh, we clear the children out on the ready. Get rid of that. Run it again. There goes the tree. It's all falling apart. No! Okay, let's add a light source. And the whole thing that we have to do also, now that we've done all this and created all these branches, is we have to do all the joins. So we can do that procedurally. So we're almost ready here to have a tree that is an entire physics body. Once we do that, the whole thing should topple over somehow because it's not grounded in any way. So we're heading in the right direction, actually, if you can believe me. Let's run it again. I want to see it fall one more time. Let's put a light on. We're going to do directional light. There we go. Run the scene. There it goes. All right. This is actually a good sign that we have our physics the way we want it. So the bodies are set up correctly. So now we just have to do the joints. Fully accurate root system. Yes, 100%. You probably did something wrong, and that's why it doesn't work. Thanks, Jess. Astute observation. Oh, what did everyone say about my phone? Dude, I missed the iPhone 4. That was the peak iPhone. I'm sorry, but these big phones are stupid. Right now, our phones are spoilers on like 1950s like muscle cars and shit. Or like they're all fins. The fins. Remember they put fins on cars? Tail fins. I feel like also, if you're going to have a battery explode in your pocket, probably better to have a smaller one. I want the Zach Morris phone. Hell yeah. I mean, that's almost comically the size of current cell phones. Let's do a screenshot. Guys, we used to make fun of this. We have become that which we mocked. Oh, look at how big Zach Morris's phone is. Look at that dumbass. You're telling me that our cell phones don't look like that? I'm not saying anybody is. But I'm just... The royal you? I don't know. Look at that. My current one does. Zach Morris was kind of an asshole, huh? I think I would probably be rooting for Screech if I watched it again, just the entire time. I recently it fell out of my pocket while walking with Tina because it was too big to fit in there, and I had to do the whole walk again to try and find it. Oh my god, dude! Nokia's, believe it or not, we used to have cell phones that the batteries would last months, months. We didn't even think about charging the phone. We've forgotten how long those batteries lasted on those damn things. But yeah, the Nokia 5012 or whatever it was. Yeah, the Nokias were indestructible. That was peak. I had the no fear eyes as my background on my Nokia. Do you guys remember having the code going to websites and programming ringtones? Punching in the numbers for the different notes and timing and everything. It's spinning like all night just to make your phone ring differently. My roof is leaking. Ah, oh, Sim, I'm sorry. We ended up having to replace our entire roof a few years back. It was a disaster. They had to reframe it and put a new one in place. It was worse than they had thought originally, too. And so the whole thing had to be ripped out. It was awful. I wish you the best of luck on that, and I hope it's not that big a deal. I'm going to have to do that. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we're in a manufactured home, and when they took the roof off, they showed me, and it was 1x2s, and they were MDF 1x2s. They were glued wood. It was insane that we even had a roof. Yeah, so when they started tearing it apart, the entire ceiling started collapsing in my son's room and in our kitchen area. I had to replace the ceiling because we were trying to save money, and I didn't want to have to pay for them to do it. It wasn't their fault either, the guys that were doing the roof. But I had to redo the ceiling in my son's room, the living room. Eventually, I have to do the whole house because it's still. This is the crazy thing is they framed the new roof in with the old one. So as I'm taking out the ceiling, I have to remove the old roof is still there. So when I take out the ceiling stuff and I replace it, I'm ripping out the old roof as I do that. It's wild. Oh God, you're giving me nightmares. You can do it. You'll be okay. Just know that it's not going to be as bad as me. Somebody has it worse than you. You'll be okay. All right, let's get the joints going so we can see this whole thing topple over on its own weight. And it is going to be top heavy too. The other nice thing about this is we can apply wind to it, and we'll see it ebb and flow in the wind. We're going to get to wind today, boys. We're going to get to wind, boys and girls. We'll have wind. I know how I'm going to do that using the system. So let's add the joints. Now, the way the joints work is on our test branch. It's as simple as this. We just create generic 6DOF joint, 6 dimensions of orientation, and then we link them together as we build it. No, they couldn't. So even the guys that did our roof inspected it, and this is going to sound stupid, but it looked fine. And that's why they bid on it. They wouldn't have taken the job had they known. So they were out a bunch of cash and we were out a bunch of cash by the end of it. What was supposed to be like a week-long thing ended up being months. They lost so much money on our job. But they were real professional about it. But no, we had the pictures and everything. And in the photographs and stuff, it all looked right. That's the crazy thing. It looked like a roof. It was like, oh yeah, everything looks right. But thankfully we have a roof that's going to last for years. And oh, I don't have the timer going. Damn it, I forgot. How long has the stream been going? 2 hours. So we're going to go over to scripts, and I'm going to subtract. What would the math be? We have to do it in seconds. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 7,200 minus. Eight, 0, 6, 4, 0, 0. Put that in. And start. There we go. Do you have solar panels? We're on. This is going to dox me even more, but some people know exactly where I live. So, we are primarily sourced from hydropower. So the electricity here is very cheap. Because we have water coming from a waterfall that is taller than the one between Canada and the States. The one everyone used to go to for their honeymoon in the 50s. What was that called? What's that one called? Somebody knows. It's the real famous one that I can't think of right now. Niagara, yeah. That one. Okay, so we know the bodies that we're doing. So we have the last rigid body and the current rigid body. So if there is a last rigid body, then we're going to make a joint between the two. So we need to know exactly where to put that joint. That joint is going to be right at the position of the current rigid body that is being placed. So as we travel along up the tree, doesn't that happen? There's something that once a year some poor news reporter gets fired for. Because there's some sort of celebration or something, and then they say they slip up, and then they're let go. It's like an annual tradition. Okay. Var joints. And this is generic new. Okay. My mouse broke. Have you tried to take it apart, see if you can fix it? And then joint, we're going to connect the two bodies together. These are node A and node B. Node A equals, and node B equals. And we're only going to do this if we have a last body. So we're going to check to make sure we have a last body before we do this. So if last body, then we do this. And then the first one is the last body, and the second one is our current body. So we go like this, and then we say rigid body for the other one, and we say node B for that. Okay. Rigid body cannot be assigned to a variable type of node path, so we have to do the path of the node. So can we grab path? How does that work? We have to put that from the tree? That's ugly. So node path. How do we ask a node for its path in the scene tree? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Get path. Thank you. Yeah, I don't normally have to refer to nodes like this. I avoid it with a passion. Trying to stay out of the scene tree is like my it's the key to living happy in Godot, it feels like. Okay, so now we should have something that's stuck together. Oh, and then we need to move the joint to be where the position of the thing is. And this would be the position of all of this, which is the rigid body. So we just take the rigid body position and we move the joint to that. So joint position equals rigid body position. Uh-huh. All right, so then we move it over like that. And now if we run this again, we should have a bunch of joints connected together. Hopefully. Oh, we haven't added it to the scene. Last thing we have to do is add child joint. And we could even name the joint so it's like connecting this and that, right? Okay. We've got to have a joint somewhere. Joints. We got Jack. Last rigid body. Are we hitting this at all? Print. Add joint. Clear. Oh, it's yelling at us. Okay, so we have joints somewhere. I don't see them. Oh, we don't see them because they are not owned by the editor. So they're there, but they're invisible to us. This is one thing about writing a tool in Godot that you have to remember to do. If you want to change something in the scene and see it, you need to add the edit scene root as the owner of the node. Otherwise, you won't see it in the scene tree on the left-hand side here. Okay. And now we're just spitting errors out the wazoo. And those errors are saying something about node not found. Okay, so I think we're still not correctly adding the joints. Let's find a joint. Here we go. And yeah, this node B. So is this because we're doing this too soon? Rigid body get path. Rigid body. Add child rigid body 3D. Rigid body 3D get path. So it's the B. Be yourself. Node A is fine. Node B, it doesn't know anything about. Is the name changing, or are we in some way different? Let's see. That is definitely wrong. Editor, doc split. Why is it so insane? This path. Age 5, wrong one. That's the one. Node B. Is there a function to add? Maybe there's a function to add them to it. Oh, latest stable, sure. All right, so we also are inheriting joint 3D. Is there a way to add joints here through the, nope. It's saying node path. And these are all the properties, but we don't have anything for adding. Rigid body, get path, node B. Are we doing something with node B again that we're screwing things up with? No. We're adding it. Maybe we need to add first and then set the nodes. Maybe it's an order of operations and like some sort of race condition. No. Let's run the scene and see what happens. Oops. Oh, we lost our cameras and everything. I had that all set up. All right. We'll get this scene created and then we're gonna create it so we can add this whenever. So we'll do a preload. So var camera, we'll call it world. Now it's const world scene, world packed scene. Pack scene equals preload something. And then we are going to create that scene here by collapsing everything. And then we are going to add a node. 3D. And we'll call this test world. Okay. And then we're going to add a camera. And then we're going to add the static body. This is the floor. And then we're going to create our collision for the static body. And that is going to be just a big old fatty box that we do 1000 by 100 by 1000. And then we subtract 50, put it at ground level here, and then we're going to save this as a scene. Test world node 3D, fine. It's in test world 3D. So then we're going to copy the UID, go back over here, paste it on our preload, and then anytime we generate a tree, at the end of it, we're going to add the world packed scene. So var world is a node 3D equals world packed scene, instantiate, and then add child world. And now we should have, but before all this, though, we needed to move the camera back, and we didn't do that because we are morons. So let's go ahead and make this local again. And then we'll move the camera back so it's in a decent spot. And we want to be up because everything's going to fall away when this happens. Okay. So then we're going to, once again, say branch is scene, and we're going to override that one. And can't override a scene that is still open. Fair enough. Fair enough. Say branch scene, save. Okay. Okay, now let's delete this out. And we'll run our import, and we should have the scene added to it as well. Generate tree. Looks like it. Looks like we got a big bounding. Yeah, okay. So now if we run the scene, we should just have the camera and everything all set up. Let's confirm. Negative Ghost Rider. Let's go ahead and collapse. Open. Oh, it's because the camera's not active. I believe that would be it. Currents, maybe. Test function, generate tree, and we roll it. Nope. Look at the scene. Test procgen, scroll all the way down to the bottom. And I do not see world at all. World. No. Are we still clearing out? Add world. Oh, you know what? It's not owned by the stupid thing. And maybe that's the problem. So we have to do owner. Yank. Go to the top. And paste it here. Oops. Owner. Like that. Okay. Let's try again. Procedurally generates said tree. Everything looks okay. Go down to the bottom. There's the world. Run it. Nothing. Make local. Camera. There's our tree. Run the scene again. Huh. Wonder why we don't see anything until we do that. And it's still falling apart because the joints aren't right yet. That's fine. We'll fix that. It's funny how the branches fall perfectly. You should add your I Hate Trees So Much game with this game about preserving nature. Rangers National Park Simulator. Oh, the bundle. I was thinking about that from the perspective of that it's almost, you know. But I think we can still do like you trim the tree back kind of thing. Is this a frozen exploding? We're going to blow up trees, bros. Weird how they're all judging. They still say they're colliding. I was thinking about that. We could do something in the like the why does last rigid body work? Do we have to wait to add the joint? Is this something to do with, or do we need to do this before we change the owner? We're doing it after we add the child. Let's try that. I think I know part of what's going on here has something to do with, I think we need to go through, I think it has to do with the fact that we generated on in a I think we want to do this before the ownership change, which is weird because the other one has an owner too. So we kind of want to do it here, I think. No. And it's rolling through. So 120, like if we stop this and we just pick one. 1, 2, 3, 227 or 277. It's not there anymore. 1, 2, 3, 277. Yeah, for sure don't exist. Are we changing the name? We are changing the name. That's what's doing it. So the path no longer exists. That's why the one works and the other one doesn't. So we have to do this after we change the name, which we should do before here. So then we'll put this here right after that, but before we change the last rigid body to be the other one. This should fix it. Okay. There we go. All right, so now in theory, the entire tree trunk should be one fixed together thing. Yep, look at that. The whole, no. Damn it. We're going to get this. We're going to get this. Oh no, we're closing Godot. Might have to do with something else. Let's look at, oh, now it's bitching again. Oh, that's because of the save tree. Okay. All right, so let's inspect our joints here. A do 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 do. A do 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 do. Ooh ooh. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Scooby Dooby Doo. Boo doo boo doo boo. Doo doo. Go, catch you go. Scooby Dooby Doop doopy doopy doop doo doo. Scooby Dooby Doop doopy doopy doop doop doop. Scooby Dooby Doop. See, we're looking at the editor, root editor node, blah 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 blah. That's not right, because when we're running, we are no longer an editor. We are now this. So we have to generate the joints at runtime. Because it stupidly wants the node path and not a reference to the node. Who's dumbass? I'm going to go to the blame log in Godot and send a very angry message to somebody. I'm kidding. I'm sure there's some rational reason for this, but I don't know what the hell it is. Dang it. So, okay. So that means we have to do this at ready, but only when we're not in the editor. Okay. So we have a bunch of conditions here for this. And that means we also need some sort of reference to all this shit, which means it needs to be an export. So now we need, what? A dictionary? A dictionary with a key and a value, the key being one side of a rigid body joint, and the other, but we also need to know the position to put it on. So I guess the position would be the key's position. And here's the other problem. Can I reference the instantiation of this thing that I did in here? Or should we create the tree at runtime? Let's create the tree at runtime. What am I doing? What are we all doing? Who is anything? What is anything? Where am I? Let's do that. That's the easiest way to solve this. We just generate the tree at runtime. So, okay. So we'll just generate the tree on ready. And that'll clear everything out anyways. And this should solve that problem. Func ready void generate tree. Okay, so this will make a new tree. Now wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. There it goes. Look at that. It's like a snake. Okay. We're getting into sex toy territory here, guys. Got to snake it out. It's one soft tree. At least we'll have a good starting point for how rigid we have to make everything, how stiff it all has to be. So, finally. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. So let's add a light to the to everything. Test proc gen, local, generate tree. Scroll down to the bottom. There's our world. Make local. Let's add a light. Now, the real question is, what does this run like on a potato? Oh, we added the wrong kind of light. We want a directional light. There we go. So how do we make it stiff? Imagine taking it down. My mom used to say the stiffer the better when she would take a bite on uncooked pasta. Oh my god. What if all these trees are eldritch monsters and you have to destroy them by cutting them down? It turns into a tree combat game. Stiffer mesh. So the joints have to be stiffer. Stiffer. So maybe we need to create, let's create a scene that is the joint. And then we can adjust it for everything. Test joint. And then we're going to make a unique ID. We'll go over here. Const joint packed scene. Packed scene equals preload. We're getting there. We're getting there. Do you believe? Do you believe me now, Trinity? Blah, 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 blah. Joint pack scene instantiate. So now everything should run the same, but we have a reference to a scene that we can then adjust the settings on, and it'll globally affect everything. So we'll have our little sliders and all that kind of stuff. Sliders. All right. Okay, so we're still going. So let's look at the settings that we can change and see what they are. What we want is for the whole thing to be all stiffy. Real stiff-like. Real stiff-like. So what do we do? Linear limits, linear spring, angular limits, angular spring. I feel like spring is something, mayhaps. The linear motion across the, okay, so that's the motor. We're not doing anything with motor. This is for constant movement. So we can ignore the things that mention motor. So we're left with limit and spring. And I think spring is probably what we're looking at, right? So I'm just going to enable them on all, the 3 axes. So we have some sort of spring thing enabled now. And everything seems to be the same. So this could be a total disaster. Stiffness. Stiffness. Linear limit softness. The factor applied to the movement across the axes. The lower, the slower the movement. The lower, the more momentum gets lost. For restitution. Damping. The amount of damping. So do we want to increase damping? Do we think it's damping? Maybe it's damping. What do you guys think? Let's jack that up to 10. Oh, we have a maximum. 16. Okay. Let's have it all the way up to 16. We're just going to enable the damping. Let's get rid of our spring. And let's go ahead and try it again with damping all the way up to 16 on linear limit. Oops, not test joint. Test proc gen. Feels like nothing happened. Okay. Let's confirm that we have these settings being applied to our new friends. So we're gonna look for joint. And yeah, okay. So it is being applied. You know what we could do while it's running? We could just futz with the numbers. Let's go ahead and go over to our test joint. And if I mess with the damping here, it should theoretically be getting applied softness. The factor applied to the movement across the y-axis, the lower, the slower the movement. Softness. Restitution. I don't know. Okay, let's see if this is happening in real time for our stuff. Joint. It is. Okay. Let's run it again. All right. Feels like this is doing jack. Jack. We have angular limits. And we have the same thing. So let's increase our damping all the way up. Let's see if that does anything. Jolt will give you stronger joints. Says angular damping is not supported when using Jolt. Any such value will be ignored. So I'm in Jolt right now. Yeah, that's when a joint, when there's enough force applied, the connection between the joint will sever. That's the plan. Let's go back to our Godot physics and see. I mean, this might not work. Ah! It's exploding. Let's reset this. And we'll reset this. Godot physics joints are very floppy. You are correct. Jeez Louise, man. I have a thought about part of this too. Could try messing with the mass. They should be less mass the smaller they are. You're right about that. Let's go back to Jolt because we were a little more consistent there. Because right now we have the same things. It just seems to me that I should be able to. Well, we do know that it wouldn't be too hard to add the... Yeah, I'm not trying to make the tree fall right now, Lunesto. That's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm trying to do is get the core trunk to be stiff and not so slinky. So that I'm not worried about that just yet. So, what about spring? If I enable the spring, can I make it stiff? What is that about? The speed of all rotations. What if I bring this down? Maybe. What I really want is that control, though. I want to understand that, and for some reason I'm not getting there. Okay, now it seems something's different. Another thing we could do is just avoid making the branches for now. So let's skip all that. So we'll skip the branch creation. So we just have the thick rod that we're inspecting. Look at that. She's kind of holding together. She's falling apart. There she goes. Octopus. Are we making an octopus game now? Is that what's happening? Angular spring. Stiffness. Let's bring that way up. I don't know. Let's say 100. I don't know what that means. We're gonna make a spring and say stiff. This will work great for my hentai game. It's perfect. Kids can't play it, but you'll make money. This is true. Okay, it seems to be more together. So let's try increasing our stiffness even more. Let's go 1,000. Multiply by 10. I want more stiffness. I'm going to make this as stiff as we can get. I'm playing the Switch too, and I hear thick rock. Sniff test the stiffness. Got to do it. We seem pretty stiff now. Again, it all sort of lumbers over. Let's think about it this way. Let's think about it this way. We could increase our lengths. Let's try that. That's an easy number we can change. So we have our rung, divide rung is at 1 meter. So let's double it to 2. Okay. Is it just me or did the tree get bigger when we did that? It did. It doubled the length. So something about the way we're doing the rung stuff is wrong. because the wrong we just have length here instead of divide rung size. So the ceiling really should be the length. That's fine. Is it the length divided by man. Well, we could just have the heights for now. So we end up there.
Hey, we're just running to do a Walmart pickup and run into Dollar Tree real quick.
Okay.
So we'll be back in a few minutes. If you want the last 2 pepperoni pizza slices, you can have them. I've been eating the cheese, but I don't think I'll have any.
Okay.
What?
I don't know.
You don't want to?
I think as I'm getting older, certain things, it's just like suddenly, I'm just like, eh. I don't know. Well, the tree is holding, you guys. The tree is holding now. All right, see it. I have mine around 5 to 225K. Okay. Well, we've got it standing. So stiffness seems to have done something. Let's remove our stiffness. So we'll disable our springiness at all. So springiness is how much we go back to our original position, maybe? So now we're just balanced. So this is just with less joints. Let's try adding the branches and see where we get. I'm sure all of this just together is going to be fantastic. So I'll put shoot. I closed it. Did I? No. All right. I'm going to go grab a drink and I'll be right back. Everyone stare at my thick rod as it protrudes into the sky, a testimony of my greatness. My rod fell over. My stiff rod fell over. No! But hey, it seems like it's still pretty together. So that's a good sign. Let's go ahead and let's move the camera around. Yeah, it's all together in one piece. Look at that. How did it fall, guys? What did it look like when it fell? Okay. It just went down slowly. Did it fall like this? Hell yeah. That's the best news. That is the best news. All right, let's try and increase the number of joints and watch it fall. Okay, this one's snaking. Let's increase the stiffness, baby. So no errors about stiffness, or is there? No. Okay, so on the proc chin, we don't care about that. The joint is what we care about. Let's jump that stiffness up. We'll do 10. 10. 10 again. Multiply by 10. So now we are way up there. Run it again. Whoops, not the joint. The proc gen. Thank you very much. Run it. Whoa. 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 Hmm. Damping. I don't know. Let's try a big number on that. See what that does. Let's add another multiplier of it. Fiera, how's it going? So the length certainly plays a factor into this. But it feels like maybe something's missing. Let's bump this up. I don't know. Does damping seem like it should do something? I have damping way up on one axis, but not the other. Whoops. Feels like damping should dampen everything. I feel like I'm working at like ILM and I'm making something for a movie. We have to simulate the tentacle. Never thought this would be my job. Tentacle physics. Does softness have a maximum? It does. Zero softness? Can we bring softness down? I mean, all right. To make a joint stiff, you must enable the spring for a specific axis, linear or angular, in the inspector. Once enabled, you can define the stiffness and damping. Okay. Okay, we have the target rotation it tries to return to. Higher values are rigid. Lower values are soft and springy. Varag and Bod. Sorry about misconstruing what you were saying earlier. I apologize. That's just my weakness. All right. So I guess we could enable a spring here and make it stiff as well. Let's see what that looks like. Now I suppose on a real tree, yeah, I wouldn't consider it toxic even if you had said it though. So that's my own weak point. I think the way that this probably should work is that we have fewer joints near the bottom and we get more and more joints near the top. And then also we deal with the weight. Because right now everything's the same weight, which isn't accurate. Is there a way to get the volume of a mesh? How's it, Marchie? It's all right. I haven't had any issues. I had an update fail, but everything's backed up, so you can just roll back to a different version, and then you know. So it's I will say one thing though: the default to encrypt the hard drive means that cloning. I was on a spinning hard drive, and I moved over to a solid state hard drive, and I couldn't just clone my hard drive over to it because of that. And I'm guessing if my abilities with whatever the most common, that popular disk cloning tool is that you can boot from USB, clone disk or whatever. I guess if my abilities on that were stronger, I'd still be able to do it. But I basically had to just sort of like install Omarchi again and then decrypt the hard drive from the new install and then sort of copy and paste what I needed across from it. So that was the only like growing pain with it was if you ever need to move to a larger hard drive, maybe you should set up your Linux volumes so that your docs or something are somewhere else. But so that was really that's been it. I mean, I've never used Arch, I've never used Wayland, I've never used any of that stuff. So this is all new to me. It does feel reminiscent to just like from a developer standpoint, it's very much like how it's like if you have an Apple II, you just start it up and you can start programming, you know? And so it feels like that for Linux, where granted it's somebody else's sets of configs and everything like that, but when you get it going, it takes like 7 minutes to install, if that. It's going, and then you just can start going. And that's really nice. Went back to GNOME. Yeah. Yeah, there's the some of the concepts are weird. Um and then this does like grouping, so you can have groups. So you have multiple desktops, but then you have multiple, all the windows are tiled, but then on top of that you can tile groups of windows. And so the grouping stuff is really useful on smaller screens, I feel like. But I don't use grouping that much because I don't know, I don't tend to work on that many things all at once. And it has been interesting as well, Wayland and Arch and all of that, and gaming. And so far I've been able to get everything that I've wanted to try to get working, even stuff that almost seemed impossible. So, but I've got too many levels for my sprawling, just enough context space for workspaces. Yeah. You'll use density for mass as long as you can pull volume from the mesh. Yeah. So we have get volume right here. Returns the bounding box volume is equivalent of size times size times size. This isn't a very accurate way to get volume though, because you are basing it on the bounding box and not the mesh. So really the right way to do it is to iterate on the mesh and calculate it that way. But this is a starting point. So you would get all the faces on the mesh and then calculate the volume that way. But this is just the bounding box's volume. So if I get the AABB, whatever the hell that means, access to line bounding box, that's what it means. If I get the access to line bounding box, then I can get the volume of that. So we'll do that, and then we can use the volume to calculate size, apply size to these. So the goal that we're going for right now, as we're learning about our joints and everything, is we're going to have I think we'll do it with meshes. So I'll do one big mesh going up, and then we'll have a joint here, and then we'll just keep, it'll be exponentially dividing, I suppose, as we move up, so that the joints are greater as we go up. The thing I worry about is getting that like little wiggly at the top so that the tree is real thick and stiff at the bottom, and then at the top it's kind of like wiggly, which still isn't exactly right. But I think it'll get closer to what we're aiming for. So let's get the weights right first. So that would be on the rigid body. So on rigid body we have, the other thing we have is the center of mass. And then there's inertia, the body's moment of inertia determines how much torque it takes to rotate the body on each axis. It's usually computed automatically from the mass and the shapes, but this property allows you to set a custom value. So that's how much it takes to do any. We can set a linear velocity, but we don't want to do that. And we can just have it rotate. We don't want to do that. Then we have constant forces, mass distribution. Here's the mass. We have to start somewhere. 1 kg. £2 is too light. I mean, some of those stumps, we're looking at like 100 pounds just for. So how much does, let's look up this. How much does a 1 millimeter cube of cedar wood weigh? One millimeter cube of cedar wood weighs approximately 0.344 milligrams. So almost a half a milligram. So we scoot that over into determines by species and moisture content. So when it's a cut wood, it's naturally going to lose its moisture and get lighter. So some of this is going to be inaccurate simply because the moisture has been released from the wood. So for 1 cubic meter, we're looking at 370 kilograms. So if we say volume, and volume is returned in what? It's a float. It's going to be in cubic. So 1 times. So just times 370 will be our mass. Okay. So the mass of each of the pieces, let's go ahead and just calculate that now for what we have. So on the ProcGen for the rigid body, we say rigid body, get AAB, get ABBA. Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance. But we have to do it on the mesh. So the mesh, get ABBA. And then we get the volume. And then we multiply that by our magic number here, which is cubic cedar wood. Weight. kg. Const cubic cedar wood weight kg. Kg inafune. Oh. All right. 370. Okay. I love that Lunesta's never done game dev, and he's like, do this. And it's totally right. So mass equals the volume of our mesh times our cubic weight in kilograms. Okay, let's redo this and see if we have some numbers. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, we have numbers. But let's see what it looks like when we run it now. Oh my God, that made a huge difference.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
Okay. Feel like we're getting somewhere here, guys. AI research engineer, thank you for the follow. A lot of that stuff is sort of made up. Like in the Ghost Recon games, someone's always like the guys had the same call sign for like decades, and that would change per operation, is my understanding. So you would never have the same call sign like that. It's not what I'm saying is like like if they were using a code word to refer to you as on like communications or something, it would be per that instance, not all the time. I think there's differences though. Like I think with the president, they usually have like one thing that they call him. And it's different for each one. But I don't know. You don't have to go with realism. It's for games, right? So as he's trying to make a realistic tree sim. Okay, guys. So how do we do this? How do we decide the length of the thing that we're going to slice up? So, but I don't know. I don't know that stuff. This guy doesn't know anything. Hotel can sometimes be used for hospital, but I've never heard a hotel unit before. Yeah, and I know that like the call signs in the Air Force for like pilots are usually really embarrassing. So it's something like bed shitter or something, you know? It's usually for some really embarrassing thing that happened to you. So it's not like Maverick. Goose. Be like goose fucker. Sorry for cussing. uh, mine was Gandalf. uh, so we want to so if we have some length, we want to cut it, you know, like in half and then cut the half in half and so on, right? Just like COVID, except it went this way instead of the other way. So we could do it by some sort of volume determination. Yeah, I mean this is dictating how the tree the joints are created. I suppose if we wanted to keep our smoothness and these like cylinder, you know, things, then we would create a collision based on the meshes, a group of those meshes, right? So we would use all these meshes to create the collision box. Do you have any just like Hershey's bars sitting around? You can make hot chocolate out of that. Or like old Hershey Kisses or something sitting around that's chocolatey. You can melt it. Strain a strain a melt a Snickers bar and then strain it. um, Actually, the ingredients in a Snickers bar, minus the nuts and the nougat, but the caramel, there's like caramel in it, right? And that would be good in combine those together in a drink, in a hot drink with some hot milk.
That would be yummy. We'll do that and warm up our feet near the fire. After we ski down the slopes. We go down the slopes and then
It's really sad. I do have some apple cider. Make some hot cider. Hell yeah, hot cider's where it's at, man. Okay, so we're looking a little bit more tree-ish, right? And it's a little bit staying together more. And I know it would really stay together with our. So this right here, snap, right? One of these would snap by the time that sort of bend starts to happen. Wild. Look at that. So, how do we do this? What would you say you do? I told you. I work with the engineers. I'm good with people. I'm a people person, damn it. Snake trees are sick. They're dope. Um, devs are always talking about trees. Those sons of bitches. Those damn trees. All right. Well, if we know our ceiling divided by 2, right? So that's the size of the first one. Then we have that number again. And then the next time we go around, we divide it again and so on, right? So var ceiling split float equals ceiling divided by 2. Okay. So this is the first mass. Now here's the problem though. Ceiling is an iterative loop, which is the essentially every meter up. So we really only need to split by, so we for loop. Okay. So instead of a count, this is going to turn into a for loop or a while loop. Doesn't really, yeah, I guess it would be a while loop. Ooh, I hate whiles. While the ceiling split is greater than we're calling it rung size, minimum rung size. So this is now going to be min rung size. And we're going to have to, a bunch of stuff is going to be broken now, right? Yeah. What's up, nerd? Tappier, how's it going? Let me do some shout outs here. I think we got quite a crowd right now. Feels like it. Yes. Do some shout outs. Do M Audio. For all your audio needs, visit M Audio. 48th and Higuera. For all your audio needs. I always put M's location in San Luis. Do you really like geese? And I mean really. But not in that way. In the good way. But not for eating. For loving. But not in that way. But just like as an animal lover. But not that kind. The good kind. What is FMD? I don't know. That's probably some gaming thing I'm supposed to understand, right? Oh, dang. Tapir came in and tripped on his shoelaces. He's like, "What's up, dorks?" And then he like trips and falls and knocks over a like somehow there's a hubcap that's just spinning on the ground. And he's just like, "Oh!" Kind of like that the classic news reporter with the grapes. Doesn't that suck just knowing that some former coworker was sitting on that video and just destroyed that lady? Okay. So we're going to go by ceiling split. And we're doing the weight wrong. We want to calculate the weight after we've determined the height. Dying, boss. Got the black lung. Pop. Got the black lung, pop. For God's sake, Derek. Not a famous film or television actor. All right, so every time we go around, do 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 ba-doop boop 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 do 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 uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are frozen. My God, you guys. What a vulgar chat we have going on right now. I think we're hosed. We are in an infinite loop. We have opened the abyss into infinity. Oh, the wow loop. Look at this. The wow loop is just like, yeah, right here. Yeah, we're just going to. Oh, my God. Okay. Hang on. We got to kill Godot because she's never going to stop. Never gonna put you down. Never gonna. Not gonna run around or desert you. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna eat some Taco Bell. Gonna eat some tacos. Gonna eat some bell. Gonna do. And some tacos. Do do do. Do bada boo tacos. We got a dead process here. Can we it's good dude. Where are you? Name suggestions? Name suggestions. Name suggestions for a studio. Name for a studio. Property of hello action is nil, but a callable was expected. Right here. Let's close and reopen ProcGen. I'm thinking she had a little bit of a invalid access to key or transform on an object type of nil on line 80. 80 GG. What do we got? 80. Last rigid body transform. If rigid body, if not. My bad. There we go. We have something. Now we don't have the height that we want. But it is something. Okay. But it is something. So we know we're doing ceiling split is length, not ceiling. Run it again. Bloop. Still the same thing. Really. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta eat some Taco Bell. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da-ba Taco Bell. Scoobity-bop-a-boop-beep-ba. And tacos. Scoobity-bop-boop. Okay, so we're not setting our... we are not putting the position on the proper spot. So our translation is wrong. We're using ceiling split length divided by blah, 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 basis of the thing. It has to be double that. It's got to be double. Because what we're doing is we're always one off. So ceiling split times 2. Try it again. Generates. There we go. That look right? Let's run the scene. Okay, good. So that's good. And our cylinder size is now not ideal. So we have to figure that out. Do you have a finite element analysis extension with Gatto? Gatto? Get out of here, Lunesta. Don't you besmirch her name. Don't you speak ill of her. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see. Skado. Extended finite. Finite analysis, Godot. Real time. Doesn't look like it does that. Not out of the box, but there might be an extension. Got to run to Costco. All right. Enjoy your hot dog. Enjoy. Mesh bottom radius. Ceiling. Count ceiling. Subtracted by count. We're going to go with ceiling divided by split. Ceiling split divided by ceiling split. Ceiling split. Let's try that. See what that looks like. Bottom radius. Bottle what? Bottle what? Let's try again. Generate tree. Oh! Is the division on the right side, guys? I'm not sure. Damn, girl. I like that bottom radius. Oh, Jesus. Damn, girl. Let's do it again. There we go. That's more reasonable. That's more reasonable. It's paper thin at the top. Although probably not in real life, right? All right, let's run it, see what she looks like now. She's holding together. What's our top rung doing? Let's see. Let's go over to game. Bring this up over here like this. And then we're going to grab 3D elements. If I can click it. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Is she moving at all? Nope, she's stable. What are our weights? Let's look at that. Mass. Here we go. Bottom rung. That's weird. Rigid body is... Oh my God, the mass is huge. And then the mass. So I think this alone is helping with stability. Okay. So there's a problem with this approach when we go back to add our branches. Fund our game. Lurking and working. That's nice to see people pop out and say thanks for the sub. That's cool. By the way, if you did get a gifted sub, if you go to the Discord, you're going to see some cool stuff if your account is linked. I got to move this because I don't want to dox anybody. But over here, you'll see subspace if you're all linked in. And then you get to see cool things like this picture here. So if you do have a sub, you can link your account, your Twitch account to Discord, and then you'll see this cute little picture, this little guy. Look at him. Look at him. And then there's this. I was very proud of this accomplishment at the local mall. Huh? That's because I'm smarts. Did that one. And there's another one. The pug and the kiddo. But yeah, you get a little behind the scenes of real life cricket stuff. So that's how you get good sound absorptions. Just got the chunky pug. I think the other thing too is I'm in a closet. So being in a closet is good. Trapped in the closet. He's approaching the closet. Do. Oh, because I freeze? $69.99. What a deal. What a deal. All that savings. Why not $69.99? $69.69. Dang. 6.7. Charge it 6.7. Meme price it, right? It's so weird how doing things like how they build buildings suddenly brings stability. It's like, why do they do that? Why do they shape them that way? And then you do it in your game and you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So now the way we build the branches. So let's do the branches here. We're going to add branches and we're going to do the joints and everything for the branches. But we have to change how we're doing the branches now because we have a different way of looping through it. If I do it right now, all the branches are just going to fall like before, which is cool to see. And actually, this is all divided rung size. We're going to put that in now. Min, it's the same number. It's uno. Itchy. There we go. There go the branches. Oh! And they're clearly wrong, like I was saying, right? Ooh! So we got to join them together. Listen. Got to do it like link. We'll add the joints first, since we know how to do that. And then so now they're going to be jointed up, but they're not going to be connected to their sibling. So they won't know where on the branch they should connect. So they'll fall together. Yeah. And they're springy, right? So they're going to be all boil. Yeah. Also, they don't have their weights proper. So we got to add the way that we were doing weights. And that was by getting the mass and doing this. Right. Once we do the heights, then we calculate the mass. Okay, so then we run it again. They're a little more rigid. They appear to be a little more rigid. And they're sort of springy, which is kind of right, actually, for tree branches. They do need that. They do need it to be a bit like that. It does need that. Now we connect the branches to the tree. So, in order to do that, we have to pass the rigid body across. So what we'll do is we'll go like this, and we'll say connected trunk is a rigid body 3D. And now we should have some missing stuff here. So connected trunk position. Okay. So now everything should still be the same again. Oh, no. It's, well, how did that even work if I wasn't giving... Oh, I already fixed it. Okay, so all of that's the same. So now we can build the first joint. So if there is no last rigid body, then we know that we're building the first joint. And that connects to the connected trunk. So we say else, do the exact same thing as the other stuff. And instead, the joint A is the trunk. So that becomes connected trunk. Get path. Like so. Generate tree. There we go. So that's what it would look like. And then we can run it. And they should be, now this is going to cause who knows what. Okay. No, there goes the tree. Oh! Okay. So now the branches, what we want to do with the branches is the same thing we did with the trunk, whereas we have the length of the thing and then we're subdividing into smaller chunks. Okay? So we need to do that. Also, the branch is the same size no matter where it's placed. So as it's higher up, the branch that comes out needs to be smaller. And also, they're the same length no matter what they appear to be. So we have to fix that as well. So they should be thinner and smaller and shorter here, obviously. And there also should be a bunch more of them. And that is because we need to also divide up. We need to travel this whole length and go up and then set everything. Okay. Is this Jolt? It's Jolt. We're doing Jolt. Nothing works right in Godot. So we're using Jolt. No, we can't get the springiness that we want. We can't get the stiffness that we want without Jolt. Thanks to, shout out to Redstone. We do an exclamation point. Redstone 4D. Is that it? Or is it no space? Red, help me out, man. There it goes. Car bricks. Wishlist car bricks now. Sandbox adventure building game built in Godot. Playable right now. Check it out. I haven't been shouting out Red as much as I should be. Red's cooking it. Game's coming along great. Big if true. I know, it's a big moment in time. Big moment. So he's basically building, he's the next Notch, but without the bigotry. So this is it. But this, imagine playing this with a friend. You build anything, you drive it around. I don't know why he doesn't have video. Multiplayer. The whole shebang. It's like a Lego kit for, it's like if Minecraft was Legos, this is, what's the Legos with all the moving pieces and like, what's that called? They're like the brand where you can make motors and program them and stuff. What's that called? It's that Lego. Kinetic. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's that. Technics. Technics. That's the one. Yeah. So he's making Technics. And I can't believe it took me that long to, that's the pitch. Minecraft, but instead of Lego, it's Lego Technics. That's the pitch for his game. Question for you game devs. If you got a bunch of VO lines, how would you prefer they be labeled? Numbered? And the numbers correspond to the text file to tell you what the line is, or named to remind you of what that line is? I think, M, that you should collab with Tapper or myself to build a tool so that people download your audio files as they are, but there's also a little executable that they can run to change it to whatever they want to, so that they can formulate they can change the naming scheme and stuff to something that makes sense for them. Number and name. I would prefer that this is the file name .txt, contains the text that is spoken in, this is the file name .wave. That makes sense. No. That the txt would have the line in it. I think that's what he means. So there'd be a file name .txt and a file name .wave, and the file name txt would have the line as it was spoken. I'm guessing that's what he means. You could also, couldn't you put some metadata in waves so that the line as it's read is in the metadata of the wave file? I don't know how useful that would be for game engines, but that is good data to have. I would also make sure that, yeah, you do stamp the metadata of your files and everything. So you need to put your trademark or your name, everything you possibly can, stuff it in the metadata. And that way when EA accidentally uses your stuff without paying you, you get your payout. Captain Cricket. And if there's different files, see, I feel like a tool would be useful. So you download the pack and there's a small executable that you can run that if you have a preferred way of doing it, that it'll just spit them out that way instead. I don't know though. This is the kind of thing you might want to search YouTube videos on how to name your audio files. Game development, how to name audio files, and see what people are saying. If you can find anybody in the industry who gives an answer on that, that's who you want to go to. You know what you should try doing is email or message. You can ask questions on who's the guy who wrote Fallout. He does a bunch of videos. Kane. I can't think of his first name. He's might be a good guy to ask because he answers that stuff all the time in video form. Fallout Kane. That's his name. Tim Kane. Tim Fallout. His name's Tim Fallout. Is it Mark? Is it Mark or Tim? Tim. Let's see. Yeah, Timothy Kane. So you could ask him. Kane on Games. We had data tables filed were lng.000.name.wave. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, language, right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, for keeping track of what the lines are saying, maybe I shouldn't bother with the files or folders. Yeah. What is it? I don't have any waves in here. I only have MP3s. Imports. But if I open it, there's no... This is all I get. There's nothing about metadata here, unfortunately. Easy as and discoverable as possible. What's in this pack should be very obvious. I think a lightweight Godot app for building out the metadata and stuff should be possible as well. So it would be possible to build something where you're dragging your file exports as you label them into something that then you restructure the data and everything and press a button and it just generates everything into another folder in the files, like the maybe not necessarily giving it to the people who would use the files, but as a way of speeding up the process of developing the audio exports and everything in a cleaner format based on something other than how you organize it, which would work for your workflow, but not for game development necessarily. But I always think about that tooling stuff to like speed something up. Okay. So we are getting the tree to fall like a tree now. The branches are not branching like they should. So let's fix that. And let's add a bunch of branches. The recording files to renaming part, there's no standard. Yeah. If I get you son of a bitch. I'll take 20. You give me 20%. All right. So we want to build out the branch again. Same concept. We have a length. We're going to do ceiling split. Same deal. We're going to do our while loop. Get rid of our for loop. Do our ceiling split here for the radius. So far, we are looking okay. So then we have the divide rungs. Now, we don't have that here anymore, right? No, we just go like this. So we're going to do the same thing here. Okay. And then we do this count thing. Do we do that anymore? Or do we get rid of that too? No, we do last rigid body. And mesh. So that gets rid of everything. And then we go straight to the mesh stuff. And so then this becomes, this all goes away. Mass. And then we go like that. And anything else? Nope, that's it. Okay, so now we should have branches that they're still going to be the wrong thickness. Do we have anything leaving the while loop? Oh, no, we don't. Min rung size. We have no way of, we are not shrinking the split. So we have to do this division here. Otherwise, we'll go on till infinity. And Godot crashed on us, which is fine and dandy. We opened up a portal to hell. Yeah. Another thing that you can do is you can create an XML file. And in XML, you can embed CSS that makes it shape a certain way. So it would be possible also to build a custom XML so that if they wanted to use the XML to import something a certain way, they could. But also, if they opened the XML up, it would be a descriptive document describing the contents of everything. And that would be viewable in the browser, but then also as a tool for importing. A spreadsheet would be better. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, we can always nerd it out and make it way more complicated than it needs to be. So now,
I can't believe you've done this.
the Debug Lounge, thank you for the follow. So length is starting age. So what do we say? What if we match the length of the... see, this is doubly weird. So we did radius, which we're basing off length, which we're using age, but now we're doing this weird thing. Ceiling. Let's just make it a good solid number. Like 4. Good old 4. All right, we end up with... Okay, so I think our position, the rungs, so we still need that, we still need the transform stuff, right? So we still want to do the rotation here. And we do need to know if we are So we do want this. God, what have I done? She's froze. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Ceiling split. Again, a portal to infinity has been opened by Cricket. The spawn of hell. Bleed through it. Consuming all of Earth. All right. The longer you nerd, the harder it gets. Jim the Dandy. No, I haven't pooped my pants yet today, Jim. We'll see. There's still time in the day. There's hours in the day. Anything is poopable. Okay. So now we've got these some bitches. So we're generating thinner and thinner stuff. We need to start thinner. We need to start here and then get thinner as we go out. We need to start out one size and get smaller. We need to go in between the stuff. Okay. All right. Now, how are we determining length here? Let's try this one. See what we end up with. Generate tree. Ugh. The other one was better. The other one's better, I'm just saying. Okay. Go like that. Well, let's see what the tree does when we have it like this. I bet it would just fall over. It's struggling. Come on. Wow, it's weirdly balanced right now. Okay. That's funny. Okay. Oh, it's going. There it goes. Oh! Okay. It's starting to look tree-ish, boys. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Ma ba 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 ba. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. When we say, what do you say in English when a tree is falling down? We say tree falls, basically. You know, oh, we say timber. That's what we say. Which is weird. What's the difference between timber and lumber? Timber has a meaning of a type of wood thing too. Turning wood processed into beams. So I guess by the time it's falling, it is now becoming timber, which is why they yell timber. I don't know. Tree falls. So you guys yell tree falls. I guess that makes sense. Something like that. But Germany. In Germanish. Ooh, there's a new trailer for the Mario Galaxy movie with Yoshi. Spoilers. I gotta go help my son. He's experiencing a 4-year-old moment. I'll be right back. Jennifer Lawrence of Arabia. That's great. So, my son has recently discovered puzzles, and he's taken to them very much. He's very good at them. Traditional like jigsaw puzzles, right? Um. Anyways, he got to pick out his first puzzle, not one of the ones that we already had. It's a really big moment, but he's also super tired and needs a nap. So inevitably, the excitement and accidentally dropping a piece and not being able to find it led to some tears. But he's okay. We're back at it. Totally get it. Yeah. It's big moments. I mean, the first time you're being a human being and you're only 4 years into it. You've only got like 1,000 days on your record, you know. It's tough. Oh yeah. Well, and then the problem is you can't say the word tired. You can't say, "Hey, you're tired. You probably need a nap," because then the denial is like, "No, I'm not." It's like, okay, dude, you're totally not tired. Let's go take a nap. All right. You mean together? Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. It's like, okay, dude, what's going on here? I told you I wasn't tired. Okay, so we can get rid of count. Very close to having a functioning tree here. I'm extremely excited about this moment. This magic moment. So, length. Now, we split and we have this. This is the size of the mesh that we're going to travel up and add branches to. So for this number, this is where we do our ceiling, our normal ceiling concept. So instead of the for loop that we're doing here, it becomes a while loop that is resembling. Well, no, we can do it with the ceiling. Are we even using ceiling anymore? Yes, sir. Which really is just length. So now we can process ceiling down here. Nope, not in branch. We're in the wrong place. Up here. Ceiling. This is length. Go down here. And then we do ceiling here. And we for loop on the ceiling. And this is how we're going to add branches. Maybe we should floor it. But we'll keep going. So branch probability, blah, blah, blah. Ceiling length. Ceiling. So for each ceiling, possible branch is an integer. We're now going to go call this rung. So for each rung, now we need to say where. So things are getting a little bit stranger now because we have connected trunk, but we also have branch position. So this is rung. So we have to take our relative position. So for last rigid body, we take position and we add what? We know we're going up by some amount every meter. So we're going to say last rigid body position plus vector 3 of 0, comma, rung 0. Okay. And then over here, because this is going to be broken, right? Oh my God, I broke so much. Oh, it did need count. Thought I was being clever getting rid of count. Alas, I was not. Count equals 0. Go ceiling count. What are we bitching about? Too many arguments. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Vector 3. Okay. I would like a for loop on the ceiling, but I'm not Spider-Man. Indeed. I want a pedal that I can press down on, so when I'm reading someone's comment, it does like I'm on the phone. And then that way, because I feel like saying the person's name and reading their comment is just too much for me to process, is switching from programming to doing that. So, but if I had like a foot pedal and I could modulate my voice, or even if it was a button press on a keyboard or a mouse or something, I'd totally do that. And we're looking for, we have connected trunk. Position. So here we are setting it on our new at position. All right, let's see what we did. Okay. It's looking like something. It's more tree-ish, but obviously still branch length not changing as we're traveling up. It is a little bit. It is a teensy bit. But the thickness of our base is not. Like in a mocking voice. I can't do that. That's I mean, I could. Let's see. Possible branches per rung. Let's pump that up to 100. The jack squat. What is determining our randomness now? Branch probability curve. Ceiling. Nothing more than ceiling. Let's go back a little bit. Oh no, I lost what I was doing. So 4 rung. It's in ceiling. Nothing more than ceiling. Go like that. Forgot about counts. It's yeah, we let Tapper know that they say watch your pooper. Right, guys? When a tree's falling, that's what they yell. Watch your pooper. Come on, guys, don't let me down on this one. Perfect. Okay. We're becoming more tree-ish. It's almost like we came in and just hacksawed all the sides off. So we need more length at the bottom and less length at the top, and we need the thickness around each of the branches to decrease accordingly, right? Let's see what happens when we run this, though. I'm curious what the tree will do. Okay. So I know why this is happening. Does anyone else? Perfect. Ship it. So we've got overlapping rigid bodies. So not only do we need to add the branches in, but we have to test to make sure that we don't put them in the same places. I did not pay attention. Yeah, I'll show it again. So you know, typical tree. So what can we do to avoid this? Well, for one, we need to be outside of the trees. First thing we'll do is we're going to push ourselves to be out of the tree's volume. So we have to scoot out. Look at that. We're actually, yeah. So that's one thing. If this wasn't an F3. It's pretty close. It's actually spot on. So there's that. But let's get it looking right, and then we'll deal with the problem of the insanity that occurs there. I think we're going to need a progress bar for the tree generation. I'm feeling it coming on. I'm feeling it. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. I'm feeling it. Scooby-dee-bop-beep-boo. I'm feeling it. So, and there's... Okay. Is there a way... See what... I think we can ask a mesh if another... Okay, I think if we use the bounding box of the mesh, there's a way to test. I'm looking it up right now. Godot. So there's a for the bounding box, there's encloses, and I can pass it another bounding box, and it's going to tell me if that bounding box encloses that area. So we can check to see if our meshes are overlapping without having to use physics. So as we're generating this procedurally, we'll be able to check. Dang, Sorrow. 35 consecutive streams. A professional mod and chatter. Okay, so that's what we can do, but it's worse than anything. Because do we have to iterate on every single... I feel underdressed. Oh my. Wait, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Wait a minute. I know how big to make the branch. I know how big to make the branch. We're not going to worry about that. We're not going to worry about that. It's exciting though. Man, I'm excited about a lot of stuff about this. Let's get the branches looking right. Let's focus on that. So as we travel up, we need to decrease the width of said branch. Presently, we're using the ceiling for the radius. Ceiling split divided by ceiling. Create evergreen branch, which is based on length. So I think I just did 4, right? And that was getting us something better. Let's try that. Nope, I lied. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a big fat liar. He's a liar in the sun. He's a big fat butthead. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Scooby-Doo-doo-doo-doo. We could do the split. Let's just pass the split. Demi stream. What happened? It's the one place she can go to have a reprieve from moderation. There we go. Okay. So now it's starting to pull back, and now we need to slowly pull back as we move up. We can get there. We're getting there. And then we'll work on our thickness, because we're a little too thick. What happened to our, what happened to the trunk, bros? Why is our trunk... This is the branch. What did I break? I broke something. Is the trunk just gone and I don't even know it because it's all buried in here? Yeah, it's still there. Okay, so why did that break the trunk? Ceiling. Ceiling split. Ooh, it's before the split. We want this after. Ceiling split. Generate tree. What'd I break? Oh no. Forgot to save. Oh, sweet Jesus. She's an art streamer and does print giveaways every 50 subs. I think she had like 15 of them. Oh my God. People just kept filling it up. I won 2 giveaways in a row too. That's clever. Clever girl. Oh, yeah. Cancel. Sure. I don't know. Save and close. Let me. Come on. Give it to me. No. There we go. You can go away. Thank you, kind sir. Arborist. Ba 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 ba. Boo 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 boo. We were talking about arch earlier, or okay. So this is looking more tree-ish, right, guys? So now we need to. Well, again, let's watch it explode. Let's watch the tree just explode. Okay. So still needs a little work. Still needs a little work. Do 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 do. Scoop scooby doo doo. Scoop scooby doo doop doop doopity doop 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 doop. Scoop 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 doop 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 doop. Scooby dooby dooby doop boop 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 boop. So I think we're gonna have a nice. Oh, what happened to the rest of our tree? Why are we so tiny? Okay, I think we might be onto something. Oh my God. Fly, you fools. Okay. This is why I follow you. Come on, baby, now twist and shout. Okay. You know you twist so good. The alternative lyrics. Oh, yeah. I really need to set aside a day and work on stream stuff. You're adding the tornadoes to the game already? Yep, that's the plan. So you can be on the tree and then accidentally get scooped up by a tornado. That's what we're doing. Now we should have a mass. Yes. Ooh. And see, we're super heavy, so that's also part of this. And then this one here, the mass is much less so. So this is a really heavy piece of wood. And so that's part of our problem too. So as we progress upwards, we need to reduce that size. That is the radius, the mesh radius for the evergreen. So right here, rung size, age, length. So length, at position, connected trunk. Is there anything here that gives us something that we can use to slowly shrink the radius? Ceiling, split ceiling. This will always be the same. We have position. So if we knew our total height, we could subtract position as we move up and use that, which we do know. We know it as starting length. So if we took starting length, problem is we'd be way too big to start with, though. So we would need to divide by our starting length. So it would be starting length something divided by starting length. And then multiplied by something to be how big we could possibly want to be. So at position, starting length, subtract at position y, divided by blursy blur, gets us something. Now that's 1 out of 1. So then let's just say I don't know, times 2. We'll see what that gets us to. No, it would need to be less than that, like 0.5, because that would be 1 meter. That would be enormous. Maybe like 0.9. Would that shrink us down? I don't know. I don't know math very well. Oh, now we're just domes. Domes. It's starting, and it's the starting one. For each rung. So hang on. So we need to do this and shrink. But we are getting smaller as we get higher up. You see that? That's good. That's really good. I like that a lot. So how big are we down here though, baby? How big am I? 0.75. So is it opposite? Do we want to do 1? Let's see what that does. How big am I now? Whoa. Okay. That's what we want. So now we're going to do something like half that. And see what we end up with. Oh my. Let's go 2. See what we get there. That's better. Okay, I think this is pretty close to an actual tree for branch size. So next we need to make them smaller as they project outwards, right? So so we have this. We have a split. And so it would be the current split. What are we doing up here? Ceiling split. Divided by length. Okay, and then we're taking and we're changing ceiling split there. So that is a number that reduces. So we have a way of having a fixed size to start with this. We know that ceiling split is going to get smaller over time. So what if we just multiplied this? So let's go back to our 1. And then we just multiply this sumbitch by ceiling start. Like all these parentheses and more parentheses and even more parentheses. Actually, since it's just multiplication, we can say ceiling split here, right? Because we can do that 2 in a row. Okay. Let's see what we end up with. There we go. Why are we different? Oh, we're starting over. Ew. As each main base, our length is starting over as what is shrinking here? What did I do? How did that break so much? It seemed fine before. Let's go like this. Ah. Yeah. Yep. So the problem was still there. It's just easily more identifiable now. So we can bring everything back like that. And now, at least if we're judging the branches on them, on their correspondingness, that's looking more tree-ish. than before-ish. So that's looking right as we develop them upwards, but we're a little too thick on the bottom. A little too thick on the bottom. So maybe starting like by 2. Let's go back to the top. Branch starting length. And we'll make you famous. I'm going to make you a star. I'm going to be famous. Branch starting length is, I don't know, 1/4 of a meter. You got to be a star. Your name will be up in lights in the big city. The big city, I tell you. Look at how thick we are. Dang. Okay. So branch starting length. We go down here. And we say branch starting length. You're going to be a big star. See? I'm going to make you famous. Oh, my God. What the hell happened? Oh, man. I don't understand. Because we're not a whole number. Now we're doing, oh, God, everything goes wrong. Everything goes wrong if we do that. And our starting position as we travel up, yep. Yup. So what do we have for our stability? What does it do now? Same thing as before. We're going to fix that. Don't worry about that part. We'll get it, boys. Oh, wobble, wobble. Whoa, it's alive. Oh, I know what's going on. I know at least part of what's going on. We are creating our own joints. We have our special joint. Special Joints presents. So we're going to use our special joint, which is a little bit more robust. So this should help with the stability a bit. Oh, never mind. We are using it already. Well, la-di-da. La-ti-da. Come on, baby, now. You know you twist so good. Okay, so we're twisting. Do we want to do linear? Do we get rid of the linear? The angular. Do we get rid of the angular movement? Let's get rid of our linear. Just to see what this do. What does that do? Whoa, wrong thing. Test Brockgen. Bring it in. Ah! Whoa, it makes it more. It makes it more unstable. Let's get rid of our angular limits. Oh, no, we do want angular limits. Do 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 boo. Believe in yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Not like how I believe in myself. More. Believe more in yourself, not like me. I took my 5-year-old to see Return to Silent Hill last night. I don't think she liked it. Hmm. Um. Angular limits. The maximum difference between pivot points on the x-axis. The minimum difference. If it's 0, that's like anywhere? Oh, Dayanara? I know. I think it's got like real life work stuff going on, right? No, we should gossip instead, Em. I think that's the better way to do it. Pretty sure you're mistaken. Okay. We know that it's the twist. You know you twist so good. So it's the twist, but how do we get rid of the damn twisting? And see, I feel like it's in the angular or the linear. Let's turn off any linear anything. Ah, another helicopters. This is like a fever dream. It's like something out of Twin Peaks. Okay. Let's do no spring. Whoops. Has anyone not seen the cherry picker? Can I at least show something that looks like something? Now it's waving. Looks like one of those things at the car at like a car dealership. Let's turn on the spring here.
Hi. Hi, I'm a tree.
I know. Everyone knows.
It's me. It's me, tree.
All right, buddy. Calm down.
Ah!
Complete destruction of... Okay. So... You need to stay. Let's turn off the spring. Whoa, now it's all floppy. Whoa. I'm floppy. Look at me, I'm all dangly. Oh my god, this is terrifying. I'm getting like a million other ideas just seeing this stuff, but I gotta stay focused. I'm so wiggly. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. Ah! Okay, so this definitely helps with that twisting. Looks exactly like a tree, guys. I don't know what kind of trees you guys think. This is exactly like any tree I've ever seen. Right, guys? It's perfect. It's perfect. In the seventh circle of hell. So I think a major reason why there's floppiness is because the joints are inside the stump. Stump sat alone. So what we have to do is take the radius. We can scoot everything out. We can scoot everything out a tiny teensy bit at position. So at position, if we add our radius half of it, right? Or no, radius is exactly what we need. Radius will do it. If we add radius to what? We have to project outward. We don't know where we're going to end up around our friend, because we're going to do the rotation over here. It's random, but we need to know spacing. So I guess we can add it. Spaced, which is a float, and we use the radius for that. And then when we push out from our, when we push our transform out here, do some multiplication, something, and we're pushing ourselves out here. And then we also want to add the, what is it called? Spaced. The final frontier. Spaced. Okay. I think that'll get us away from, and then the actual hinge itself needs to be scooted around as well. Let's see if we test gen here. Nothing changed. It's mad at me. So something in my code is wrong. Let's close and reopen. Oh, we just want the basis. Global position. Hot tentacles in your area want to meet you tonight. Call now. Only $9.99 a minute. Please hold for 30 minutes. Daniel, I'm still doing the life sim. It's just on a little bit of a break. On a teensy tiny little break. God, I hope I can figure this out. The tree looked like a life sim? Well, if we can get it to where we want it to not be eldritch horror, that would also be part of what we're trying to do. All right. Let's add our check for so it's so many collisions, it develops its own locomotion. That's really what's going on here. I do think messing and understanding on the joints are the distances, like what the maximum on our distances is. So like if I mess with this, I'm wondering if this would help. For instance, because I don't know what. And this is in meters, so it needs to be smaller, not larger, right? Am I crazy? If we bring restitution up, does diddly squat. Can you remove collision from the trunk side of the branches? So the branches are actually resting up against it. If I do that, they'll flop down. So part of the problem is we have these joints that are inside the tree. Also, I'm just realizing they're not facing the rotation. Oh, maybe we should match the transform. Hang on a second. Okay, this isn't going to do anything just yet. But the transform of the hinge or the joint is not aligned. So it's going to naturally wiggle way more than it would need to. But yeah, because it's trying to, it's trying to go back to center or back to the resting position and it's off. So what we need to do is on the joint, instead of setting the position, we match the transform of the rigid body so that we're even the same rotation. I think I got it. Looks right. So now, if we run it, I wonder if this is going to do anything to our wobbliness. Nope. So whatever's causing that, it wasn't that. It's happening on the higher branches, which is interesting. I wonder if this has to do with when there's an imbalance between the weight of the... Okay, but we're still too big at the bottom. We're all chunky at the bottom. Look at that. Right, so our size is way too big anyways. So we need to address that. If we address that, then we're going to get lighter anyways up here. So that may help us. So that's our radius. And that has to do with... branch starting length. No. Shoot. Okay, let's see what we end up with now. That looks better. Now we're too long, it seems like. So maybe our length should be half. Ceiling split minus rung. Half of the ceiling split. Okay, let's see what we look like. Holy shit. Okay, so we're like floating. So it may be the weight of everything. That was part of it. Now our lengths and everything are wrong. But we're stable. So we know it has to, I think we were pretty confident it has to do with the overlapping bodies or the weight of everything is just too much. But we're getting somewhere else. I don't know why we have all these bodies up here though. That's weird. Who are you? We'll investigate here in a little bit. This is wild. Okay, it is holding up now. What is going on up there though? That's really bothering me. Game, split us up. Here. 3D, free up the camera. Ah! Let's see. We got a bunch of little tiny guys, and they're not connected to anything. Why are we so high up compared to the rest of the tree? I think our math's not mathing. Let's see. I can't click it. Can I highlight it? Props for the learning. Thank you. I guess. And ooh, this is cool to see it this way. So these are all of our joints. It's kind of cool to see it all. So we are throwing these weird. Look at the collision shapes too. Something's wrong. The volume of the collision shape is wrong. Once we get beyond the height of the tree, everything breaks. So I think we're traveling up too high at some point for some reason. We are adding to our position based on the split, right? Or no, we do a for loop. Where is it? Ceiling split right here. That's the radius. All that matters is position. At position is the first one. Everyone after that, we set the position when. Here. That's the joint position. Where are we setting the rigid body position? Mesh. Glob. We match the last body, transform, and push ourselves out. So the problem is happening before that. Problem is here. Has to be. Let's go ahead and print the positions. Something's wrong with that. So our maximum position should be upwards of 60 meters. And we end up with numbers in the 70s. So how is that possible? Well, app position is being given to us from... it's when we get to the last one. If we're on the last ceiling split, then we shouldn't be adding anything else. And the only way we can determine that is if it's ceiling split. So we're going to do this up here. And we're going to multiply by 2 here to put it back to where it was. And then we're going to check ceiling split and see if we hit a match. So we'll do our return, if this is true, before we try and do the for loop. So we go like this. If, then we continue. I think that'll fix it. This is a bunch of jank. Oh, it all disappeared. Shoot. No, it needs to be the opposite because that's a while statement. Is that? All right. Do we never end? Did I break it? I think I broke it. I broke it. I done broke it. Nope. Didn't. What are these sons of bitches doing up here? Sprints. So this should only happen once. Yo. We're really... Actually, that's not true. Let's see. Do our proc gen. Let that cook. Fiera, what's up? Let me do a shout out to Fiera. Fiera's got what I mean, it's the difficulty is such that I don't even know how to describe it. But it's a B game. Really hyped, got big plans. Nice. Canceled Next Fest in February. Okay. So you're going to work on the like main presentation of the like demo side of it as well as growing the game? Are you going to try to do Next Fest demo straight to release kind of pattern? Oh, could you turn my light off, see? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, biggie. So it's going to be an even bigger game. Wow, wow. So here's a question I've been thinking about in the back of my head. Let's go over our tech. This is really cool, first of all. I have to appreciate, the thing is you work on stuff like this and you're so beat up by the end of it that even when you accomplish the thing that you're trying to accomplish, sometimes you're just so exhausted it doesn't feel like a win. And so I have to remember where I started this morning and where I ended up today, right now. In the matter of 5 hours. That's not bad. We have a tree that exists entirely of rigid bodies, all connected together by joints. It is holding itself up, right? Why are we doing all this with the joints and everything? Because we want it to be alive in a way that is like how trees behave. So it's important to me with this, when you cut a branch, that it falls a very particular way, that it has this element of realism to it. What this allows us to have, potentially, if we can get it right, is a tree that will fall over. If you decided, for instance, which I can't show you right now because we're in an infinite loop again, it looks like. Let me see if I can undo whatever I've done here. What was that? Yeah, she's frozen. She's froze, sir. Let me see if I can close Godot. So we have a tree that can stand on its own. If we were to imagine slicing off one side of the branches, you could theoretically have a tree that's weighed to one side, and it would therefore start to lean or list. And then if it was bad enough, the whole thing could fall over. Right? The roots in real life, the roots would rip out of the ground and the whole thing would topple down. And kill Godot. And so we have something that can hopefully give us that. Again, I don't know why opening the scene. Here we go. I'm going to give it a second. I didn't change anything too bad that should cause us to hang.
You are good enough, smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you.
That's true. They do. Thanks, Toddle.
Can confirm.
Thanks, Slater. I had to look up where that WoW thing came from so I could find it. And then it was like, oh, it's from a pervy anime. It's like, oh, of course. Okay, here we go. Man, it's just slow as molasses now. I think it's all these extra. We're trying to join to things that aren't there, and I think it's all. This is why we're getting these. Maybe we have all these errors about joints connecting to unknowns. Not bigger, but way more polished. And I want to get a more finished game into Next Fest and use that momentum. Now would be too early, realistically. I won't be able to. Yeah, it's my understanding that right now, the way that it is on Netflix, Next Fest, because you only get one Next Fest, right? And you're shooting for getting featured. You want to get up at the top because it's going to be very quick at Next Fest where they sort the wheat from the chaff, and the things that are more strong end up glued in their positions on Next Fest. And if you can make that happen, then everything sort of doubles. But the other thing, there's a lot of like speculation about Next Fest. You know, you have your demo, and then you immediately go from Next Fest to launch. But I think there's some threshold that some people think that you should meet if you're going to do that. But that, like, to drop your game right after Next Fest when you have all that momentum is supposedly a play to make. I don't know. I'm not sure about that part. Dawdle. So if we run it, is it any faster? There's our tree. What does it look like without collision shapes? Why does it run so fast at runtime, but then not at the other times? I don't know. It's wild how stable it is now. It does worry me that if you introduce enough shimmy, that the literal structure of the entire tree could collapse. All right, here's the next problem that I'm thinking about. Okay, so because we're gonna start gluing some of this stuff together, right? So we have the tree cutting part where we what is it? Test branch. Okay. So if I show this, so this is the behavior we're going to have when you cut the tree where it snaps off and falls, right? That's very much like how it happens in real life. The way that we're simulating that is going to be pretty cool, but we're not engaged in that right now. We can slice a mesh with our kerf from the blade of the chainsaw. So we'll have a mesh shape that represents the thickness of our chainsaw. And as you cut into something, we can slice into it. So this is an example of that. If I move this over here to the side of this, let's pretend like we're cutting into it. And then that would look like this. So we would cut through it. At a certain point, we determine a break point. whatever's left of our volume that has not been subtracted, we would then insert a mesh of the ripped wood, the fiber of the wood that's been cracked apart, ripped apart. So that's that. We have the cherry picker and all that stuff. So the main thing that I'm thinking about is, okay, so we have a tree that we've generated. The entire thing is, I think we do need the concept of a trunk. I think for now, what we'll do is you can only traverse the trunk. That's my main concern, is traversing the tree upwards and how to do that. So we have a controller for that, right? So we have this controller and can't really see it, but we just slap it around the center of the trunk and then you move that around and that's your character climbing. So this is it right here. There's the camera. And essentially you're just rotating. It just rotates. The player controller rotates around and you're going up and down this way.
Cool?
Red Cabin.
Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
Thank you for the raid. Let me do a shout out.
It's not cool.
I think I have your game in my Come on. No, I don't. Oh my goodness. Right, speaking of what, so are you doing Next Fest? Is that happening? When is that happening? When's your game coming out, Red? Make it happen. Anyways, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing, I can show you the procedural generation. It's a bit, here's where we started this morning. Hang on, let me show you. We're using a fir tree because it's easier for a lot of stuff. But there's a lot going on with this just besides just generating the tree. Let me show where we were at this morning. Feel better with June. Everyone's saying June. Johnson, how's it going? So this is where I was this morning. We're deciding to go with a fir tree. We're going to go with one tree. Okay. But here's what I have. Let me show you. So this entire tree is made up of rigid bodies. Every single mesh is joined together with the other one with 6 degree of movement joint. 6 degrees of freedom. So if I run this, I know this isn't going to seem like anything, but you have to understand this tree is standing on its own with all these branches coming out of it. The branches are all kinds of wrong. They need to get smaller as they get up. All that. We're going to ignore all that for now. And there needs to be more of them. All that kind of stuff. But this whole day has been me getting this to work. Because the beginning of this day, the whole tree would limp and fall over and look like a snake. It would like wither around. And then later, as we were getting further around adding the branches, the entire tree would basically explode into a million pieces, trying to get back together on itself. But here now we have stability. So theoretically, what happens if we throw it in here? I haven't even tried that. Test proc gen. Let's drag this into the game scene. Here's our tree. Let's see what happens when we, here we go. Put it at 0. Okay. So this is as tall as typical fir tree gets. Should be only ending right about here. Like if it lives a healthy life, it can be quite tall. Okay. So there she is. Now if we go into this scene, what happens to her? Oh, she falls apart. It's still happening. So why are we not seeing it over here? She goes spaghetti. This means something's broken. fudge. We don't have stability. Why am I floating, by the way? Oh, the camera is active. Hang on a sec. Ah! This is what we're dealing with now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. So it starts to wiggle so much that it gets its own locomotion and it just goes insane. Presently, what I think is going on is a combination of two things. We have physics bodies that are overlapping that shouldn't be. And the hinge is constantly trying to pull it back on itself, and it creates this internal vibration. So I think that's what's going on there. Bye-bye. Oh, let's move it around. It's like a flock. There it goes. Bye. All right. I was targeting February, but I feel better with June. Okay. Nathir, how's it going? I was telling everybody how you were saying how awful of a person I was. All right, let me do a shout out to Johnson. Yesterday, Nathir's like, I knew a guy just like Cricket. I couldn't stand him. So I broke it off. And I'm not friends with him anymore. And I was like, huh? What were you trying to say, Nathir? I was trying to understand it. Anything I say will just sound worse. Very good. Good position to be in. All right. So is this a runtime? Are these runtime errors we're getting from the tree? Yeah. Okay. The joint connects unknown and unknown. So are any of our joints busted? Let's look at our tree. Test procgen. We'll get that out of the way. Yeah, all of that seems right. Let's go down to the other ones. Oh. Wild. It's the 5-0. I think I know what's going on. So, for some reason, it's probably somewhere in the code. We are correctly setting up the tree so that we have these different joints. So, let me make this thicker. So, we have this part here. Like it's getting taller, right? So, something like this is going on, and it's going up. And then what's happening is, as it gets taller, we're adding a joint. Let's make this the joint. So we're adding these joints, right? Okay, everything's good. But for some reason, at some point in our code, it goes all the way to the top. And it's like, all right, cool. Now let me screw everything up. And it takes... So there's a joint here. It takes this one, and it goes, you know what? There should be a joint here, all the way down to here. And so it's like trying to glue the tree back onto itself. And who knows how many times it's doing that wrong. But in doing so, it's creating this like impossibility. So I'm kidding. Nathir, I'm totally kidding. I get it too. I'll be watching somebody stream and I'm on my phone and I'll type something and I'm doing something else as I'm doing it. And then I hit send and I'm like, wow, that is really the dumbest sentence I could have written. So, I don't think, yeah, I don't remember what it was. Like, I can't remember. I'd have to look at it again. But I'm guessing it was maybe like just the way that I was reading it, like as far as the order. Oh, and Jackbox. I've got to do that sometime. That'd be fun. I think my brain is fried today, though, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're done. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any more out of me, but I'm very excited about where I'm at with this. People who were here earlier today were seeing some fun, sloppy, dangly tree bits falling over on itself. But I do have an activity that I do with my with friends in real life. We do a FaceTime call, if you want to call it that. And then we do arts and crafts together with them and my kids and everything. So I'm gonna get ready for that. My brain, I gotta reset before that. Otherwise, I'm gonna be absolutely useless during that whole thing. So 40 something of you guys hanging out. Jesus. Okay, that means I could raid practically anyone that I normally couldn't. That I would try to, based on our arbitrary rules that we've set for ourselves. Who are we gonna raid? We can do just Covino. Oh, he's playtesting multiplayer. We should see her. Yeah, we'll do that. She's also learning.
But we also want to.
Yeah, let's raid just Covino since we have the numbers.
Fun enough.
I never get to raid anybody anymore.
Like I wouldn't mind releasing it on Steam.
All my buddies.
To get a Steam release out. We haven't had an official.
We get to. I mean, with my arbitrary restrictions, is what I'm saying.
Or one of the app stores.
All right. So we'll do Just Covina. Much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. If tomorrow will be tomorrow night. If Tuesday will be Tuesday night. Wednesday's the next time I'll be on. Or no. Tuesday's the next time I'll be on. For sure. Would you ever join a Sunday multiplayer group of Twitch peeps in gaming? Sure. I mean, sometimes I can stream at night again. Night my time, so I wouldn't say no. Yeah. All right. Anyways, much love to everybody out there. Stay safe. I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.